Streaming's weird, dude. You can't go any further if you don't have an audio or a video encoder. But the encoder was already set for streaming. Apparently it wasn't for recording, which I don't know why that would be the case. I'm not recording while I'm streaming, at least not now. Ugh. Whatever. Also, that's a little on the loud side. I think. Maybe not. That's something to look into later. But yeah, it's been a bit. When was the last time we streamed? Actually, let me check real quick. Last meetup was 10 days ago. Jesus fuck. But hey, we're on the main channel stuff now, so that's something. And I am already fucking drenched, dude. Like, it's been so fucking hot. Like, holy shit. I cannot begin to describe how gross it is, but anyway. Enough of that. We are going to start off with the first one, technically first one. So episodes 1 through 10, I want to say, were on the previous channel originally. When I decided to make the current channel, I wanted to I'm blanking on words today. I wanted to, like, I guess migrate is a good way of putting it. Some videos to that, but I didn't want to migrate all of them because I didn't think all of them were all that great. And those included the ones that we looked at last time, actually. And it's very interesting because I don't know how well this one is aged. I know I made one off-kilter joke, but we're gonna leave it at that for a moment. Okay. Cut the music. Let's get things started. This is Super Mario All-Stars. Yeah, Super Mario All-Stars. So the reason why I chose this one as the first one was actually because of my history with it. It's like I grew up with this. My aunt had this copy with her Super Nintendo, and I played the ever-living hell out of this. To the point where the original Mario and the original Mario 2 don't feel right to me. It's very interesting. I don't know. I might be in the minority there, but I don't know. It's one of those games that I think is quite interesting. But yeah, no, let's get things started. I want to move a few things around real quick, though. Okay, I think we're good. Also, I'm using Media Player for this one because I actually have all of my episodes backed up here, so we can make things a little more convenient and also less straining on the less straining on the internet usage. I think I start with this very long
with the Nintendo Switch.
I mean, 16 minutes. 60 minutes is not really, like, egregious, but it's also kind of, like... I mean, that's almost as much. Well, my intro is actually, like, 10 to 11 minutes. minutes, seconds, no seconds. 10 to 11 seconds is 16 seconds. That for something that's a little more, at least the intro is a little more customized for myself. That was just a little more of a montage, which is not really as interesting.
Which coming out in less than a month, and Mario Odyssey on the horizon. I thought it would be fun to go back on a game that I enjoyed.
Also, I have to say this again for the 3,000th time. Please stop elongating the fucking picture. Like, it looks gross.
A lot as a kid. Super Mario All-Stars. My aunt had a Super Nintendo along with a ton of amazing games, from Mario to Zelda to Kirby, and yes, even Bubby.
Okay, so all that is actually true. Except for Zelda. I do not remember me having Zelda. I don't remember my aunt having a Zelda game. I might be misremembering with Secret of Mana. I might be. But no, that's not. My aunt did not have a Zelda game.
If it wasn't Super Mario Kart or World, All-Stars took me and my brother's attention. Super Mario All-Stars was a compilation of 4 games on the Nintendo Entertainment System that got the 16-bit treatment. These included the ever-popular Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, which was a reskin of the Japan-only Doki Doki Panic. Super Mario Bros. 3 was considered the best Mario game of all time.
Doggy Panic, like, could have got a little not slurry with that one.
Time. And Lost Levels, the true
so then again,
Super Mario Bros. That never left
me slurring my cadence is not exactly out of the ordinary. Also, that is a terrible zoom. That is, like, the y-axis is actually stretching up more than the x-axis is stretching out. So that's absolutely gross.
I guess we'll talk about the original game first. It only makes sense. If it weren't for this game, video games may have not been as relevant. The Nintendo Entertainment System was made in 1985, a couple years after the video game crash.
85, not 95.
And with the release of
I know that was a slip, but still.
For Mario Brothers, it really made video games as well as Nintendo as relevant as they are today. As of legacy, Super Mario Brothers is a great game in that right.
Also these long-ish pauses. That's it's been a bit, but I don't remember me having trouble with the pacing as much as this one. Like, when you want to do a video like this, you want to make sure that the pacing is at the very least snappy enough to where it's readable, but also snappy enough to where it's more digestible, but also not fast enough to a point where people don't want to pay attention. You get me? So, like, the amount of pausing between, like, sentences and small paragraphs, it's not really engaging.
But as a game itself, going back, it hasn't really aged very well. I do have the game on my 3DS, and I really love it outside of certain obstacles. But if there weren't any save states, it'd be near impossible to beat in one go, since you...
Oh, you pussy. I will agree that the original Mario Brothers has not aged as well as other people say. However, saying that it is near impossible to beat without save states, that's a bit of a stretch.
Kinda have to beat it in one go without dying. All-Star saves for progress every time you beat a world, so it really is much better, but holy shit are the other levels insane. As a 2D platformer, you can move with the D-pad, run with one button, and jump.
You want to elaborate on insane for a moment? Maybe I will later, but like you could be a little better with that.
With another. All-Stars has 2 options for the action buttons, where you can change the B button to either action. Just the B button? Well, that's weird. The world itself is split into 8 worlds.
That is very interesting.
A castle-themed boss at the end. For the first 3 stages, you go to the end to grab a flagpole, and in the castle stages, you hit this ass to rest of these assholes. Toads.
Did I say axe or ass? I swear I said ass. Like, that's not. Uh, Enunciate a little bit, if you will.
Here's what they look like in the original. Little shit. There are also certain pipes and blocks containing...
Oh my god, did I say shit? Oh, I know I say like it's a fucking novel concept, but like me starting to actually get a little more explicit with the language is actually very interesting. Maybe this is the reason why I put this as my first one, because this is the one where I actually uh, get a little more unfiltered, and I very much appreciate that.
plants that can lead Mario to secret areas with goodies contained in them. Every world has various power-ups and hazards. Coins and blocks are everywhere in the world. Most of them are brick blocks that can either be smashed when big, or hit to contain items. Question mark and the occasional hidden blocks will either contain power-ups or coins, most containing one or multiple pull to hit in multiple times. Collecting a...
I'm glad to know that my stuttering is still as prolific. Prolific. Prolificant. No? What's that word? You get what I mean.
coins will grant Mario an extra life, as well as getting these rare green mushrooms, which you can also find in hidden blocks. The power-ups
if you can get it.
will make Mario grow in size and become Super Mario. There are fire flowers, which can only be obtained as Super Mario and can throw fireballs at enemies. And Starman, a rare invincibility star that can destroy everything in sight. The world is also inhabited with many dangerous foes that he can jump or burn to kill. Goomba's little walnut.
I'm also watching this, and I actually watched Some Call Me Johnny's one of Some Call Me Johnny's Too Many Games recordings, and he reacted to his first versus video, which was the original Mario Brothers, and my cadence is almost 1-to-1. Like, it's actually kind of insane. Like, I was really big into the guy around this time. I was starting to become a really huge fan of the guy. And it's like, dude, you could have told me that I stole this fucking script and I would have believed you. Then again, if you actually probably watched this back to back with his versus videos, I think they would be a lot different. I know one of his bits in the original Mario video was the blocks screaming in agony, because in the manual it said that toads were actually contained in those blocks, and yeah, that's kind of fucky in retrospect, but that's I didn't really mention that.
Just walk around on the ground. Koopas and paratroopers, red and green turtles that also walk around, but the green ones are also kind of dumb and walk off cliffs.
I was gonna say. Oh, sometimes I'm funny. Sometimes I actually. sometimes I still. Man. I do wish I did. I would later on be better at saying it rather than just relying on the text, but hey. That's whatever.
But another jump will just let's move them to a certain direction. Fuzzy beetles, shelled enemies that are similar to Koopas, but they just can't be burned. Piranha plants, pipe-enclosed weeds that can munch Mario, but don't come out when Mario is near the pipe. Good opportunity to kill me. Lakitu, a cloud creature that likes to throw spinies, spiked enemies that can't be jumped on. Bullet bills, fireproof enemies that shoot out of cannons. Putaboos, castle-dwelling fireballs with the most random jump patterns. And Hammer Brothers, the bane of everyone's existence, especially in a pair. Especially in a pair. There are also fire brothers and a ton of bottomless pits to watch out for, but along with all of these hazards is what is probably the most slippery control. Mario is pretty hard to control on a dash, but he's also tricky to control normally with small...
That is the biggest problem with All-Star specifically, because that's not really a problem in the original. The original, the physics in the original game are actually a lot more... It actually feels like you're not in an ice world in every world, if you can get me. And that's kind of why I understand why people think the original is better than the All-Stars version. And I would probably agree with you, actually. There's just more nostalgia here.
platforms. And World 7 is just a mayhem because of all of that, as well as the noisy May Castle at the end.
Annoying.
The music is also really good. Seriously, who doesn't know what the overworld theme sounds like? And the underground and bonus levels are catchy as well. So the original hasn't really aged much, and the remake here doesn't really help it much. But I will say it is a fun game despite all that, but I'll only play on the 3DS with the save states. Now let's look at Lost Levels.
Ah, there you go. I did.
And
There you go. I'm gonna bitch a little bit about the Lost Levels because I don't like Lost Levels. I don't think a lot of people do in retrospect, but Okay, so my opinion on the original and the All Stars version is actually not too far from what I think of now. I could have probably like elaborated a little more on it, but you know that's something to. One of these days, I actually do want to remake the Mario reviews in like a mega collection of like all the Mario games. I don't know if I want to do like platform. That was actually the original intent for last year, because of the 40th anniversary. But that didn't really pan out because I got really burnt out. Because I stopped at around. I don't remember. I don't. I didn't save any of those because I didn't really feel comfortable actually saving any of those, which is kind of a shame. But oh well.
it's Mario 1. Only more frustrating was more bottomless pits, more aggressive enemies, and poison mushrooms that streak you down or completely kill you on top that through this freaking hellhole.
Could have made it a little less obvious that you sped all that up.
Aged isn't what I'd call Lost Levels. In fact, it's so frustrating I could only get past the second stage before I moved on. Also, in this game, you can play as Luigi. Well, you could do that in the original too, hence the title, of course. But he was only available as a second player. Here you can play as either, with Luigi being able to jump higher but with less traction. Maybe that was the big problem with it. Oh well. Now we're here
I mean, Luigi is the least of the problems with Lost Levels. Lost Levels fucking sucks no matter who you're playing.
with Doki Doki Panic. Here's a good story here. In Japan, the original Mario 2 was Lost Levels, but since it was harder than Titanium Beams, the other Japan exclusive known as Doki Doki Panic was reskinned and altered to become Super Mario Bros. 2 for the rest of the world. Sad too, because Doki Doki Panic could have been a pretty cool property, like other possible candidates like Eisenheimer. Still waiting for a new game for that.
I'm not too asked about that one. I don't know. Doki Doki Panic as like a separate property wouldn't be too terrible, but I think we're way past the point of actually making that a reality.
Anyway, if you have any knowledge for any Mario game, ignore it. Other than jumping and running, that's pretty much all they share. Kind of. For starters, you can play as
Yeah, that's like
characters
kind
you
of
can
there.
pick in the selection screen. And can I say the music sounds like it could really fit in the casino. The characters include Mario, who's the
Oh, do I have a story for you, you little? That probably was a 3D World reference, but anyway. Did I play 3D World at this point? Doesn't matter.
more rounded of the four. Luigi, who has the higher jump but is more slippery when moving. Toad, despite his waist in the first game, is by far my favorite character.
Wait, what?
He can't really jump.
Wait, what? What was that? Oh,
Just a more rounded.
media player's fun.
Luigi, who has the higher jump but is more slippery when moving. Toad, despite his waist in the first.
No, seriously, what the fuck was that? Okay, where's the speed? Oh, actually, this one's gonna be very weird because at least with YouTube, it's a little more.
First game, he fit in the casino. The characters include Mario, who's the more rounded of the four. Luigi, who has the higher jump but is more slippery when moving. Toad, despite his waist in the first game.
Oh, okay, I get you. Very blink and you miss a joke.
Is by far my favorite character. He can't really jump, but he has a faster movement and can pick up stuff faster. And lastly, we have the damsel Peach. Oh yeah, I forgot. In the other two games, she was kidnapped by a monster named Bowser Koopa. I guess it was so well known, it really didn't really need mentioning. Anyway, she's not really fascinating category.
It's so well known that it's not mentioning. Says the person that talked about the Doki Doki Panic shit that everybody knows. Oh, you lazy fuck.
But holy crap, her hover ability makes her my go-to when Polygon's pits are all over the place. Wherever you start or die, you can switch out any characters. Oh, I'm sorry, players. If you want to switch out who you're playing as.
What's the... What was that, like... very backhanded comment, like... does it really matter? Like, oh, they used a synonym of a thing that I already said. Dude, get your head out of your ass.
Now the big differences. The main meta here is named War, a fraud king that has been terrorizing the locals, and the four heroes need to stop him. There are also completely new enemies. Shy Guys, Tweeters, Snippets, Ninja, Trouter, Sparks, Fidget, Pokey, and Yay! The bombs. There are a lot more enemies, but these ones are either more prominent or appear as recurring enemies. Like, yeah! The bombs. Unlike the other games, you can't kill them by jumping.
Okay, that one was a little more forced. Like, the bombs were not near it, whatever.
You can pick most enemies up by killing them, but unless you throw them into pits or other enemies, they won't be harmed. You also have a health bar that can be upgraded by finding and throwing these potions, taking you to subspace, and depending on where you landed, you can find a mushroom that will increase and heal up the character's health. And if you switch up the characters, it doesn't change the health either, so that's a plus. Subspace will also have weeds that contain coins that can be used for a slot machine at the end of the stage for extra lives. Yep, Doki Doki Panic has an Indian casino, called it. Weeds in the overall...
Oh, that wasn't a 3D World callback at all. That was me being a little cheeky little fucker. Whatever.
Veggies that can be used as ammo, but they can also contain the more mentioned potions, 1-up mushrooms, and Koopa shells. Yeah, they disintegrate the moment they hit a wall, so don't think they're going to be too useful. There are also occasional PAL blocks that reappear.
Nor dangerous.
Mario Brothers. They essentially act as a screen nuke as long as the enemies are on the ground. There are also cherries that float around the levels. Collect enough of them and a Starman will appear, so you can destroy the entire world with cosmic.
Why did I decide to use the Jafar filter? Anyone else heard the Jafar? The ultimate cosmic power. Jesus fucking Christ. Some of the things I think of when it comes to these fucking videos is fucking strange.
The music? Oh, Lord, man. I talked about the selection screen, but the overworld is just...
Excuse me? You want to finish that? Go away, Epsilon. I don't need updates right now. I don't know, it's like... I was so lazy with the editing.
Beautiful. Subspace having a remix of the original Super Mario Brothers theme is perfect. The underground is really catchy as well, and the boss theme is just foreboding as hell. And I didn't say much about the looks of Mario 1 now that I think about it. In the original they were kind of bland, but in All-Stars they made custom backgrounds that made the world pop. And the foreground was made better as well, with Mario and the enemies looking more alive than they did in the NES. In Super Mario...
I'm going to mostly agree with that, actually, because I actually do like the look of All-Stars Mario. I think the problem more so revolves around Nintendo just shoving the original Mario straight down your throat to the point where it's kind of not interesting anymore. So maybe it's just overexposure.
Mario Brothers 2, they don't really seem too different outside of the background. Then again, the sprite
And
was a lot more
shading.
detailed
Shading's
than Mario 1,
different
so I guess
too.
that could be a factor.
That's the same with
While
3
it's also
too,
take up every stage,
as well.
mostly
Not
being
3,
Birdo, a
2.
gender-confused dinosaur that spits out eggs that can be thrown, and later ones throwing fireballs as well. The thing when I see these mushroom blocks is cupcakes. Bosses at the
I
end
still do. I still do. Like they look like cupcakes with pink frosting. Come on, that they look like little cupcakes. They're not mushrooms. They're cupcakes. The
are
cupcakes.
contained in separate rooms. Mauser, a bomb-obsessed mouse that can be beaten by his own bombs. Idiot. Triglide, a three-headed fire-spewing snake. Fry Guy, a giant fireball that can turn into tiny ones when hit enough times. Claw Grip that... oh. That's good. Probably should have used that word. Mass gate, aggressive Raven like gate that.
You know what? I'll give brownie points for the honesty
For
there.
the most part, end the level, but for the last one, it attacks the player and opens up when attacked enough times. And of course, for himself as the final boss. He takes 6 hits from throwing vegetables into his mouth. How do you get these vegetables in this machine in his lair? Idiot. Well, it's not like it's easy anyways. His bubbles will destroy it.
I was gonna say, like, the reason why that's the wish machine. Like, he didn't create that; he stole that. So, like, the dream machine itself is actually helping you because, you know, it knows that you want to defeat Wart, and what's the one thing that Wart hates? It's vegetables. Like, it's not out of the ordinary. That was another thing that I stole from some college. And now that I think about it, it's like, oh, why does Wart have this dream machine? He's a fucking idiot. Why would he have such a thing? He stole it, you fucking nimrods. All of you.
Get the vegetables and it'll kill you off if you're not careful. Also, the blind shots don't really help him because you have to avoid the damn things too.
Also, I don't remember the boss being like that hard. Like, then again, maybe I was just a little too impatient, but I don't know. Again, it's one of those things where I really want to like redo like the original Mario Brothers and the 3D games because I don't remember any of them really landing all too well now.
Great, let's move on. Fly, fly, my pretties. We will make the entire world our own kingdom. Alright, we go.
That was a very interesting sketch. Also, considering that Peach is already like the monarch, she's not even like that, like maniacal of a monarch. It's a little forced.
One last game to look at: Super Mario Brothers 3. Now, this is what I know. I played a lot of this game as a kid.
Okay, this is the one that I love playing.
Looking locations and that soundtrack. Okay, here's the gist. Bowser is taking over all the kingdoms, turning each king of the respective lands into various creatures, and giving this magic staffs to his 7 Koopalings. Peach will help out every time to save each world. At least she's doing her job and not being a freaking damsel in distress. Mario has to go through 8 worlds: Grassland, Desert Hill.
Is it really that much of a slight, considering that she was only kidnapped like 2 times? Like, if it was like 3 or more, we'd have a similar, we'd probably have a problem. But considering the twist with this one, it's like, I don't know, maybe there's a little more to that.
Seaside, Big Island, the sky. Wow. Iceland. Okay, yeah, really lazy. Pipe Maze, better. And
Oh, don't talk about laziness, you fucking hypocrite. Like, this is, like, you've been pretty lazy with your editing, with your takes and all that. Come on, don't make me laugh. As you try to make me laugh, you've actually been pretty lacking outside of a couple of instances.
the Castle of Koopa. Unlike the other games, level selection is laid out on a map, where you can go to any location as long as it's not locked to a level. Each map contains up to 10 levels, 2 enemy encounters, 1 to 3 fortresses, 1 castle with an airship level acting as a boss stage, several card spaces to earn lives, code houses that will grant you a power-up.
Cod houses. Are we trying to sound Cockney, or are we saying that that's a house that sells fish?
When you pick a boss, and sometimes a matchup game will appear.
Okay, I gotta go back to that one.
Level acting as a boss stage, several card spaces to earn lives, code houses that will grant you a power up when you pick a boss, and sometimes
Again, don't cut too quickly. Like, I know I'll already complain about the pauses, but don't cut too quickly. That's not how you do things.
Matchup game will appear. I honestly don't know what these do because I haven't been able to complete them for the life of me. Each web also has their own type of traps.
It just gives you lives. That's all it really does.
Like the Iceland having ice physics and frozen coins, and Desert Hills having fire snakes, quicksand, and an English sun that will make you squeal in agony. I'm not going to name all the enemies in this game.
You can also kill it with Koopa Shield. Well, the most common way to kill it is the Starman, but you can also kill it with a shell. Thank you, Mario Maker, for telling me that.
And not only because there are too many to list, but I also skipped a couple of worlds because the seaside made me rage enough to use the only Glorp whistle I had.
Oh, you pussy.
Yeah, I'm lame. But I will say there are enemies that have returned from
You know what? At least I was self-aware of that. Whatever.
previous games, like Lakitu, Goombas, Koopa Troopas, Pokies, and yeah, the bombs.
No cut in the music there. Again, my editing is like fucking pitch perfect, dude.
No Shy Guys though. They will be restricted to RPGs for all eternity.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Although I think I mean there was the snippets in 64. Is that it? I think that might be it actually. I want to say they were in 3D. Were they in 3D World? I want to say they were in 3D World. Considering how many Mario 2 references were in that game, I had to assume. But that's something to look into later.
There are also some new ones that also come back, like Chain Jumps. Power-ups, however, are a lot more forgetting on the quantity, but holy shit, there are a ton. I'm going to start with the tools. Stuff you can get from certain battles, Peach's letters, and going behind a stage to find a hidden room. Oh yes, the whole game is a screenplay. Yeah, that's charming, but that kind of destroys the immersion a bit, doesn't it?
How? How does it destroy anything? It's just a screenplay. Like it's not like this was. It's not like there was a canon to this anyway. Like all of them could be screenplays for all we know. It's like it would make the sports and kart racers a lot more believable, at the very least. But I don't know. That doesn't sound like a genuine critique. I don't know.
Now, these include warp whistles. There are only 2 in the game, but you can use them to skip some worlds you don't like. Reduce seaside. Clouds that allow you to skip one level, but no
Again,
more.
pussy.
Hammers that can destroy obstacles on the map. And music boxes that will cause enemies to fall asleep, so you don't have to fight them. But they give you so much cool stuff, like Starman, so what's the point of using you? There are returning
Still agree with
like
that.
Mushroom, Fireflower, and Starman for the first game, but there are 4 new suits that make an appearance. The popular Raccoon Leaf that will give Mario a tail and allow him to fly for a while with a running start, and also has a variant that allows Mario to have infinite momentum for one stage that can be given by Peach. The Tanuki suit that acts like the raccoon tail but can cause Mario to turn into a statue and act like a ground pound, but honestly I never use it. The Frog suit, which is great for swimming, but not really for land, but there's not really a whole lot of water levels anyway, so what's the point? And the Hammer suit.
I mean, I would still like the frog suit to come back. It's always been a very interesting suit to me in terms of like looks. Like I always like when the Mario power ups take from animal abilities. So I don't know. It's something that I would like to see again.
Arcing hammer throw and the ability to block fire while crouching, but I forgot I could do so.
Crouching, come on. Do several takes, god damn it.
Well, I cheated the system and got 5 of them from a Toad house, so who cares? But really,
How rare are they when you don't really use it all that much? I don't mind the Hammer Brothers suit, but I don't like it as much as a lot of other people.
the raccoon tail is a lot more appealing, especially if you just have enough of a level to just go.
Uh-huh. That'd be a lot more impressive if you actually got to the actual end.
There's still
Don't waste my fucking time.
100 points that will grant you an extra life, but the game lets you get lives in many more ways. I talked about this card spaces earlier, where you can line up the pictures to get lives. Mushrooms.
You can try. Like, I always have the shittiest time trying to get fucking lives in this
Get 2,
fucking
flowers
house.
get 3, and stars get 5. And ending the stage,
And there's a reason why I didn't show those last two.
which also gives you these cards. If you get 3 in a row, you get lives of similar amount of the card spaces, but you still get at least 1 when you get 3, so that's nice. Now the bosses, they're not very special. A creature named Boom Boom, yes, that's his name, occupies every fortress, and you just need to jump on it 3 times. The Koopalings are the same thing, but they accompany a castle, but they will escape the castle if you die in the stage, meaning you have to track them down if you do. And when you defeat a Koopaling, the respective king of that land will turn back to normal. And when you free all of them, you get a letter from Bowser himself that says he kidnapped Peach while you were helping out the wonderful citizens from these assholes. Sacre bleu! I am less shocked.
That's not funny. That's not a funny gag, but god damn it, fucking Spy will never make me chuckle. Will never not make me chuckle. Fuck you.
Go to Bowser's domain, kill a few ships, get molested by these hands that take you to the most frightening places in the kingdom, and have it.
I know shock humor was something I was very new to, but can we not talk about molestation when it comes to like something that just grabs you? Like that's not the same thing. I know it's like, I know it's exaggeration for the sake of dark humor, but come on, that's low hanging fruit for me.
By flying cheap pataboos and
Pataboos. Like I didn't have that much of a resentment for them in the original. I know I talked about them having a pretty erratic timing, but like, again, a little inconsistent there.
bros. Fire, hammer, boomerang, and sledge. But they award you with vacuum leave, so I'm happy. And then we fight Bowser himself, where you just make him press the brick floor and let him fall to his demise. Idiot. And
You could have just shown him going down to whatever.
no credits, just the fact that you were in 8 worlds and you did it. Congratulations, you don't have to spend 5 more minutes on names. Woo.
Fuck you. Like that's kind of a dirty. That's kind of a dirty like. Always respect the creators. Like, you as an artist should know that. Like, no, that's even as a joke. That's kind of fucked up. I'm sorry.
Oh, screw you, Peach. But man, Super Mario Bros. 3 was a blast to go back to. Yeah, it had its bullshit at certain times, but it was a great time. And I thought I'd have a bad time with 2 since I remember not having a lot of fun with it. But no, it was just as fun until the final boss came in anyway. Screw Ward.
Pussy.
Cheating dirtbag. And while the other 2 aren't what I'd call aged, I did have a lot of fun with the first one, even though I didn't get past World 7. And Lost Worlds was just the same.
Again, pussy. Like, I've beaten the original Mario Brothers, like, several times since then. It's like, dude, it's not that hard. Like, of course, you got that one Hammer Brother in, like, World 8-4, I want to believe. And, that motherfucker's a fucking asshole, but I'm still, fucking Christ.
Only harder, so I didn't really want to try and get past World 1 too. But man, I'd recommend these games. If you can get them on the eShop or the WiiWare, the save states really help, especially with the first 2 games. Honestly, doing all of these games really burned me out, but I'm not done with Mario just yet.
Oh, my little honey bunny, little honey. You don't understand Burnout just yet. Oh, I don't know why I decided to do like dozens of games in one video. I find it more interesting actually. But like I complain about it here as like, my dude, you better get used to it.
Other games on my belt, then I have another iconic series to go to. So with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video.
Okay. So as my first press play to Jayson video, because we do have to judge it in that merit. Garbage. actually well, not garbage. It's definitely not good. Like, there's a lot of editing mistakes. There's a lot of conflicting opinions. I didn't really talk about All Stars itself. Actually, I only talked about like Mario 1, 2, Lost Levels, and 3, but I didn't talk about like the All Stars collection as a whole. Though then again, like I think the only real major uh, differences are like the physics in the original Mario and Lost Levels, and the graphical differences. Which, to be fair, not much to say. I would love it if I did talk about those differences, though. But you know, that's just me. But let's go to Super Mario World now. Hi. Ugh. What was this like a thing for the rest of these? Because I probably will just try to skip those if that's the case. Because those don't do anything.
The NES Super Mario Bros. May have been the introduction to the plumber, but it was the successor on the Super Nintendo that made me a fan of the series. Everything seemed better, for lack of words. It looked beautiful, the music was amazing, the controls were quick, and you could actually crouch as a little Mario. I'm a simple man, I know. Super Mario World seemed perfect in my little mind back then, and I have to say, it still holds up. If I could end there, I could, but let's get ahead and start it off with the story. Now get ready, it's gonna be a doozy. Princess Peach has been kidnapped by Bowser and is taken her to Dinosaur Land. See? It's different, because it's a completely different setting. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing, but
It's, again, another weird, like, slight just to make a cheap joke out of. I do better. I do better. Gotta remember, I do better.
then again, it was a launch title for a new console at the time, so I can't give it too much flack.
I mean, that's not really a launch style issue. That's just simplicity, and there's nothing wrong with simplicity. Like there hasn't been the only Mario games that actually do something interesting with this plot are Super Mario Sunshine. No, that's about it. That's about it, actually. Like every other game is just Bowser kidnaps Peach, but with a different twist. Like in Mario 60, like in Mario 3, the twist is that she doesn't get kidnapped until the end. In Mario 64, she gets kidnapped and gets trapped in a painting. I guess she does get kidnapped in Sunshine as well, but that's not until like halfway into the game, and even then the twist for that is very interesting. And you got Mario Galaxy, but Mario Galaxy is just in space. Mario Odyssey, which Bowser wants to marry Peach. 3D World, he doesn't kidnap Peach, but he definitely kidnaps Sprixies. Like honestly, that's all you really need. You don't need anything more than like the bare minimum.
Plus, what else were you going to do? Make a new villain and a new setting and a new situation? That sounds absurd.
To be a little fair, I wouldn't mind a new antagonist, but again, Bowser works for what he is, and that's all fine to me.
So we have Yoshi's Island, Donut Plains, Vanilla Dome, Butter Bridge. I'm sensing a theme here. Cookie Bridge, the Forest of Illusion. Oh, are we done with the food thing? Oh, son of a bitch. Well, at least it said it was tasty. And the trail ends with the Valley of Bowser, which has been hinted ever since Donut Plains, but who cares? There's lightning in the cave. How does work?
How does work? That I'm not gonna complain about that one. I remember that being actually intentional. It's still weird to listen to,
It
however.
also has a new variety of power-ups. However, if you love the variety of items in Super Mario Bros. 3, sad to say there isn't that big of a variety this go around. However, there are technically 6 power-ups, so it isn't too bad of a number. The Super Mushroom, Starman, and the Fire Flower return, but the Fire Flower got kind of buffed, so when a Fireball connects to with an enemy, it turns into a coin. We're getting full-on alchemist up in here. But a new proper power-up comes in the form of the Cape.
Holy popping microphone, Batman. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, back up, back up.
This thing is a force to be reckoned with. Imagine a Tanuki leaf being rubbed with a Starman. It's that freaking powerful.
My intention was not to be sexual, but you can definitely see it with that visual.
You can spin attack, float, completely fly if you have a good rhythm. And in the flying state, you can take a hit and still keep the power up. But you will start to fall afterwards, so don't abuse it around hazards and over.
One important thing to add is that you can store a power up inside the square. I don't talk about that. Like, that's one of the big additions to. Very interesting.
The game also introduces Yoshi, a dinosaur companion that was actually planned to be in the original Super Mario Bros. That's kind of neat. Also, heal almost everything, except charging chunks. Those things need to be more obnoxious. I'll talk about them later. But when Yoshi...
I'm pretty sure there are other enemies that Yoshi can't eat. It's not important.
eats different Koopa shells, he'll gain different abilities. Green is just a standard projectile, red spews fire, blue can grant Yoshi wings, which has to hurt his shoulders from doing that.
There's text there. Also, it's a very interesting, like, very interesting little
Different abilities.
thing to say.
Green is just a standard projectile, red spews fire, blue can grant Yoshi wings, which has to hurt his shoulders.
Unless they get actual wings like the. Okay, I was talking about the. Then they're glued on his back with bad glue. Not sure what that entails. Like, that's a very interesting way of wording something.
Doing that. And Yellow grants him a shockwave. But all in all, Yoshi is awesome. I'm glad he got his own spin-off series too. I need to talk about Yoshi's Island, but I still don't have the game at this moment. One day though.
This was before the time where Yoshi's Island was actually a little more accessible. This was also before I got my. No. That's not true. Not true. I was gonna say this was before I got my 3DS capture card, but no, I already did a video before this. I did an entire Let's Play with it before this. Well, 1.5 Let's Plays. The Mario and Luigi Super Parses in Time Let's Play was a thing, and then I got rid of that. But I could have done the Mario Advance 3. Yeah, it was 3 version, but I guess I didn't want to do that. Or maybe this was around the time the 3DS capture card did short out around the time, so you know what, that makes a little bit of sense. Actually, no, that doesn't make a lot of sense now that I think about it, because there are some games that I talk about later on here that I actually do use the 3DS capture card with, and I remember that being a fucking pain in the ass dealing with the USB cord. There are certain things that I wish I could do differently, but that's a little bit of a hindsight thing.
Oh yeah, the last power-up is the balloon. It's only used in 3 levels, and it only acts as a temporary hover. Not very useful, really. There are a lot of levels, but there are...
The P-balloon is definitely a very interesting idea, but I'm actually not terribly sad that it's not really a common thing. I think the only time it ever came back was 64DS.
Total of 96 exits. But wait, wouldn't that mean there are 96 levels? Well, actually, in many levels there are 2 exits, and technically one of them has multiple exits, but it just branches into 2 pathways. That level is an interesting one. The way you can tell is by looking at the spots where the levels are located. If it's yellow, it only has one exit, but if it's red, it has two. There are also a few ghost houses that contain multiple exits as well, but they aren't as easy to identify. But when you do find the secrets, they may contain shortcuts, new levels, or even nice goodies. Like the secret area when you find a key and keyhole in this ghost house. Yeah, most of the levels with two exits usually have a key and keyhole, but there are two levels that involve you passing the goalpost to find another goalpost.
Again, back up. Back up from the microphone because the popping, you don't want to have popping. That's very annoying.
Chocolate Island 3 is easy enough, just use the new cape power-up to fly under it. But the Wet and Cheese Bridge recommends the murder of your new friend Yoshi.
It doesn't entirely have to be that way. You can, if you're really, really good with the cape, you can go under it that way. But I'm not that good.
You will be missed, my friend. Ooh, Korea. Not really worthwhile though, since when you beat that level, you have to go to Soda Lake, the second hardest level in the game with these bullshit
I complain about this, but honestly, Soda Lake might be my favorite level in the game, which is very interesting. Very interesting because water levels in Mario are very not fun.
heads. It's like bullet bills, only they're torpedoes. It's hilarious. Not really. Fucking jerks. One of the levels that truly stumped me when I was a kid was the one with the multiple exits, Chocolate Island 2, where you went dependent on the number of coins you collected and the amount of time you had. In order to get to the keyhole,
and also determine how many enemies you took out as well, if I remember correctly. I might be completely wrong about that, but that sounds about right to me.
You had to collect no more than a couple of coins and get past the second area before the clock passes 250 seconds. No first-timer would ever know that unless you sped through the level like a bullet. Fail.
Forced, but the point is to actually learn that instead of, I mean, I learned it. I learned it when I was a kid. It's like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like a very ingenuous critique, if you ask me.
Well, speaking of enemies, there are a ton. Some are tame, like Goombas and Koopas, including the Super Variety, and a new enemy Rex. But some are, frankly, a pain in the ass. I go back to the charging Chucks. They can throw softballs, footballs, dirt, or call all enemies to murder your ass. Including the other annoyances, Rip, Ban, Bish.
Yeah,
Frick.
I don't like those things.
Frick.
I don't like those things.
Oh, ninjas. You're kind of the last enemy I would ever see come back from Super Mario Bros. 2, but I will kill you all the same. There are several types of areas.
It's a very random enemy to get from Mario 2, but I guess that's a pretty good bridge to making that a little more canon.
That you'll encounter in your adventures. The basic overworld areas, your typical run-around level, the athletic areas with enough bottomless pits to make your palms sweat, caves. What else do you need to know? Oh, shit, bats. Water levels. Exciting. The before-mentioned ghost houses, haunted houses filled with booze, puzzles, and children. Ooh, I knew this stuff would kill me eventually.
I still, to this day, don't know what those are. So, gelatin it is. Ugh.
Fortresses, hidden castles that, for the most part, are difficult, end up with the 4 Triceratops statues of Reznor. This thing really needs to come back. And the castles.
It does come back. In New Mario 2. Randomly.
Of a world that involves the bosses, the Koopalings. And with the exception of this asshole, are the most pathetic bosses I have ever fought. Even more so than some bosses I'll talk about some other time later down the road. Stomp on them 3 times and boom, dead. However, the cutscenes after beating them are just worth it. This is my favorite.
Uh-huh. Could have been more interesting if you actually used the audio from the cutscene and not... Again, my editing skills were just laughable.
I mean, the hill's gotta have a splitting headache, but it's still funny. Oh, and the fact that you wipe Wendy's castle out of existence is just hilarious. Beautiful. However, as similar as it is, there is one boss that makes me more excited every time I play it.
Oh, there you go. Excuse him. What? I also love crouching multiple times in sync to the music. It's fun.
Okay, it looks dumb. The fact that he has a back door doesn't really help. Seriously, who doesn't use this? And the fight itself is piss easy. But damn it, dodging his attacks are so much fun, and damn, the music is fantastic. There's also a special area called the Star Road. 5 levels with extremely variable amount of difficulty, but also have a certain way to get to their respective keyholes. Once you lock all...
You never heard of a puzzle level? I mean, yeah, that level is absolutely pathetic, but the point of the level is to find the secret, not necessarily to get to the end, you get me?
5, you will be taken to the special zone with the funkiest music and the most bizarre names. 80s and 90s slang. I don't know if that dates the game or not. It really depends on the...
Oh, it dates the game, but I'm perfectly fine with that. Like it's just funny. Yeah, it's just funny.
View, I guess. And
Ba 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 da 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 ba da
had to get it in
da
there,
da da.
didn't you?
Of course.
Seriously, Tubular, the second level in this area, can kiss my ass. This is the hardest level in the game. Look at this. Balloons, bottomless pit, charging chucks. Totally fair.
It's one of the hardest stages in the game, obviously. It's like sometimes I just like complaining for the sake of complaining.
Before I forget, most stages have 2 types of goalposts. There's a midway post that will turn you into Super Mario if you pass it. But every stage has these big goalposts where if you hit the tape, you'll get certain points. If you get 100 of those points, you'll be taken to a bonus stage to get extra lives. Talking about the music, the entire score is fantastic. The athletic theme has always been the unofficial theme in the series for me. The building levels are really foreboding and atmospheric, and the water levels, while obnoxious, are really nice to listen to. And the world itself is so beautiful. A lot of the levels feel so fresh with the different skins, like the Forest of Illusion having autumn colors, and the Chocolate Island looking like actual cocoa. Seriously, this crap really makes me hungry. And the best thing is
Crap.
in the game, the credits theme. So perfect.
I also didn't talk about how the music itself is just the same variation of the overworld thing, which I hear a lot. I hear some people say that it's a knock on the game, considering it's like, I don't know, you could put a little more variety into it. But I don't know. I think having a leitmotif of the main theme kind of gives it a little bit of that personality for me.
Along with the enemy parade. Look at all the different enemies in the game. Oh. Right, I beat the special world before I fought Bowser, and that's why the Koopas have Mario masks. Yeah, when you beat the special world, you go to this weird looking place where the Koopas and Bullet Bills are reskinned. Kind of awkward now that I think about it. It's been 2 years since I did the Let's Play, and I'd also like to redo my old Let's Plays in review form when I get the chance.
And I did. Well, most of them I did. I think let's go through. Let's try to go through. I don't remember the fucking... I mean, I have ways. Alright. Let's go to YouTube Studio. Let's go to the streaming channel. The Stream Archives channel, I should say. Okay. So, we got Sonic Rush. Did it for the Dark Age video. Did not do Grunty's Revenge yet. Did Mario 64. Did Pokemon Yellow. Did not do Superstar Saga just yet. Secret Rings I did for the Dark Age video. Actually, now that I think about it, all the Sonic Let's Plays I did are in the Dark Age video. Didn't do Pac-Man World 3. I did do Banjo-Kazooie, but I had that deleted for personal reasons. Did not do Spyro 2. Did not do Bomberman Land Touch or Kirby Superstar. Haven't done Pokemon Silver yet, but I have plans to do that sometime. Didn't do Ocarina of Time. I did do one for Pikmin. Super Mario World, right here. Did the Donkey Kong video, so Donkey Kong Country is covered. Sonic Unleashed. Sly Cooper, pretty soon, actually. And I did one for Shantae. So half of them I did. Around half of them I did.
But this was one of the first games I've ever played, and I still think highly of it. It's still my favorite Mario game that isn't an RPG, and possibly one of my favorite games of all time. It really was the game that made me a Nintendo fan, and the reason the Super Nintendo is my favorite console of all time. Along with the RPGs, of course. Check this game out if you can. It's on all the virtual consoles on the new 3DS, Wii, and Wii U. And if it isn't on the Switch, I'd be completely shocked. And of course...
Well, in a very roundabout way, it is. Jesus Christ. I have my problems with the NSO subscriptions. Like, I don't know.
Of course, getting a physical copy on the Super Nintendo or getting the GBA version shouldn't be too hard to grab. So your options are very broad. Now with that said, I did mention that I wanted to do Yoshi's Island after this, but since my only option is the GBA version on my 3DS, I can't really do much with it at this time.
Okay, I did talk about that. And like, yeah, that would have been the only way to get it done. And that wouldn't be like one of these days I'll probably do like a dedicated Yoshi video because that's something I wanted to do for quite a bit. I never wanted, even when I did the, actually no, when I wanted to do the Mario video, I wanted to put all the Yoshi videos, all the Yoshi games in there because I always saw Yoshi as like a branch of the Mario series and not really its own franchise, you get me? So like it didn't really feel like a good idea to do it like I did with Donkey Kong and Wario. In hindsight, I should have did a community post linking my Donkey Kong video when Bonanza was announced, but well, that's something that's a woulda, coulda, shoulda. But that was a very more of a nothing burger actually, not really anything like too crazy. All right, now we have like I think we have a really beefy one actually. Yeah, 20-ish minutes. Anyone else think that was a little loud? I don't know if that was
While Nintendo
too loud.
was dominating with the Nintendo Entertainment System, along with their biggest seller Mario, other companies wanted to replicate that success but couldn't reach it. This included Sega, who not only made a new mascot by the name of Alice Kidd, they also launched with their newest system, the Master System. But it just couldn't reach the success Nintendo was making. With Nintendo releasing new franchises...
Lack of visuals doesn't really do that justice. Whatever. Another thing I wanted to do is like do a video remaking all the Genesis and Game Gear Sonics. I never done Game Gear, but that's definitely something I'll probably do that after I do like the whatever era I'm gonna call it, but like Colors through Frontiers. No, wait, did Dream Team come out after? I think Dream Team came out after, actually. Don't know when I'll do that, actually. It's not really something I'll really, really roaring to do, to be perfectly honest.
Sega seemed to be falling behind, with a lack of memorable games and not as big of a push as they were giving the Master System. But in 1990, they made a new console, the Mega Drive, or what Americans would call it, the Sega Genesis. And they also wanted to make a new character that would make the system sell. Ideas were spreading around.
I looked the.
Ideas of
I want to go back. I want to go back for a moment.
Americans would call it the Sega
Like you see. Oh fuck.
Genesis.
You see this painting? I've been playing way too much Star Fox. I thought that was Andros. I don't know why. I don't know why that made me think Andros.
And they also wanted to make a new character that would make.
If anything, it kind of looks like the president from the OVA, actually. What a coincidence.
Himself. Ideas were spreading around. Ideas of a dog, a rabbit, an armadillo. And someone must have been high enough to come up with a Roosevelt-looking character with a huge mustache and pajamas.
Again, you could have showed some visuals. You know, kind of make it, you know, worthy of it being a video. Paris of thought.
But two men by the name of Naoto Ashima and Yuji Naka suggested a fast blue hedgehog. Everyone loved the idea, and a year later, they replaced Alex Kidd with Sonic the Hedgehog. The yellow designs wouldn't go unused.
I also don't know what's with the artifacting. Like, I don't know if that was like I don't know if it was always like this, or if the compression got so bad when I downloaded this from the last channel, and then it got compressed when I got to the new channel, and then it got compressed when I downloaded it. I don't know. It's very interesting.
However, as the armadillo would later become Mighty the Armadillo, one of Sonic's friends, the rabbit concept would become their own game in the form of Ristar, and the Roosevelt character became Sonic's nemesis, Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik. Oh, Ashima made Eggman as well. Well, then again, if you had the idea of these characters, you'd be high up your chair too. Okay, kidding aside, it did pay off, as the game would not only boost the Genesis into popularity in 1991, the character would be involved in the biggest rivalry in the industry. Crazy commercials saying how the Genesis was faster, Sonic was faster, and with that popularity, you had to keep the success going. Sega became their biggest franchise, and they were determined to keep.
Sega became their biggest franchise. I know there was the text. I just found it really funny. I really need to do different takes. I do that now, but Jesus Christ.
With them, enough to make 5 of the Hedgehog's biggest games. Though I'll only talk about the 4 main titles on the Mega Collection. Sonic CD will have its time. Alright, let's start with the original, the one that started it all, Sonic the Hedgehog. The game that made the fastest thing alive so popular is surprisingly pretty slow. Its acceleration is unbearably sluggish, and its jumps and spin are kinda stiff as a result. The zones Sonic goes through have a lot of personality, with the cool aesthetics and multiple routes, which make replaying levels a blast, and would also be a staple for Sonic's future 2D games. And another staple for most of Sonic's career, the amazing music. Admittedly, the music isn't as catchy as later games in the series, but who doesn't know Green Hill Zone and the boss music?
That's a very tricky one to think about. I think if I had to really think about it, there is a video of the Sonic soundtracks, and I don't remember where I would rank it. It is on the below average side for me. For Sonic, I should say. Like, it's still great, but like I don't really go back to really any of the music here. If anything, if I were to go back to like the soundtracks, I would listen to like the T. Lopes remasters he did like years and years ago. Those are great, but like listening to the music here, like the Genesis itself, is very hard to listen to. That's kind of why I don't really excuse me. That's why I don't really listen to this, 2, 3, or Knuckles, because all of them don't really sound particularly great. But that's definitely a me problem.
But my favorite is definitely Spring Yard Zone. Bouncing off all the springs is so exhilarating, and the music is just awesome. But I'd also recommend listening to T-Lo's version. That is some great stuff.
Oh, speak of the devil.
The bosses aren't very special. Eggman has his Egg-O-Matic, which have small gimmicks in each level. Except Labyrinth. That's not a boss fight. That's just hell. I think that's kind of the level in general. Though the levels are fun to go through, there are a couple of problems with the love. Levels like Marble Zone and Labyrinth are pretty slow and kind of ridiculous. Just look at Labyrinth. Sonic himself is just way too close to the screen, making cheap shots and traps hard to...
Well, you can't really know that considering I fucking stretched the fucking video. Like, that's a big problem I've done. That's the biggest problem. When do I stop this? When do I stop this? This is bad.
Luckily, there are a ton of rings. Collecting them lets Sonic protect himself from getting hit as long as he has at least one. But there's more. Collecting 100 rings grants you the actual...
But there's more!
life. And if you try to keep 50 of them at the end, try being the key word, you'll see a giant ring that will take you to... If you weren't convinced that Oshima and Sonic Team were high yet, I'll be surprised if you weren't now. Well, it's like one of those ball puzzles where you have to guide the ball. In this case, Sonic.
Visual... I would like a visual, because that's not really something that... Not really something that's like... I know there are people that would probably know what the ball pistol I'm thinking of is, but like when you're thinking like have a visual, you know. I don't know.
To the center of the arena. You can jump and move slightly to get to the goal, but the stage will move along on its own. And it's kind of frustrating. First off, you have to avoid the goal spheres that will instantly teleport you out of the stage. Second, there are reverse tiles and tiles that will change the rotation speed. There will be times where you hit them at the worst moments, especially when you get to the center, where you have to destroy enough crystals to get to the Chaos Emeralds. Not very fun when the maze is at its max speed, and you have to wait a full rotation to get to the rest, fall to the edge, and have to repeat the process over and over and over again. But you know what? It's not really worth it. All these things do is create flowers. Flowers. What would later become the source of unlimited power, the ability to turn thoughts into frickin' power, grows flowers. Beautiful. Yeah, honestly, I didn't really bother.
Yeah,
I completed it before. I don't want to see moving whatever these things are. And really, it isn't necessary to beat the game. You can go through Scrap Brain, Recolored Hell, and the anticlimactic boss fight, and beat Dr. Robotnik once and for all. Oh, don't you dare laugh at me, asshole. Okay, as the game that started it out...
I'm sorry, my right shoulder is being a little pain right now. We'll probably take a bit of a break after we do like the Sonic portions.
It's good enough. Just not something I'll ever go out of my way to play again. So it's a...
And I still feel that way. Like, I have to think which one I don't like. The one I like the least. Like, do I like Sonic 1 or Sonic CD the least? And I always go back and forth. Because I don't like Sonic 1, I don't like CD either. Well, I'm probably going to talk about why when we get to CD after this. But, yeah, no, I don't like Sonic 1. I will gladly go to Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 and Knuckles several times before I go back to Sonic 1.
Good start. But what about Sonic the Hedgehog 2? The sequel has gotta be a lot better. Holy shit! What the... Oh! Oh, yes! Oh, yeah, this is what I...
Do you want to make it sound less like you're having an orgasm, dude?
wanted. As you can tell, Sonic 2 is a lot faster than the first game. Yeah, the acceleration still isn't that great, but it's better than before, and even then, you have a new technique to use, the Super Sonic Spin Dash. Yeah, apparently this is the actual spin dash, which I don't know why they call it that. It doesn't really make you dash unless you have some kind of momentum or going down a hill. Anyway, I might not use it as much as I do, but when I do, it's so satisfying. Going from 0 to 60 in a mere second is fantastic, and going down in ball form is the greatest feeling. Like I'll...
No comments.
Sequels, it is pretty similar to the first game with some small improvements. But the big differences are the special stages and how to access them. In the first game, you had these checkpoint markers scattered across the level. They come back here, but this time they act as portals if you're holding at least 50 rings. If you go in, you'll be taken to a half-pipe. While you're moving, you have to collect enough rings before this section ends. If you collect enough, you'll proceed and collect the emerald. If you don't, you just stop. I don't get why I can't just collect the emerald normally. Especially when you're off by a couple of rings. I'm right there. Just a couple of steps away, and we just stop. That's kind of dumb if you ask me.
Yeah, welcome to the special stages. I know a lot of people are going to talk about the Blue Spears, and maybe some of you are going to talk about the UFO. None of the Genesis special stages are good. I don't like any of them. In fact, there's not really a lot of special stages in general that I would say are really great. They're definitely the least interesting part of any Sonic game for me.
The special stage in the first game is just obnoxious to navigate. But here it's obnoxious not only for how confusing the half-pipe is made with the fact that you can just move with no actual barrier, but the control here is so loose, making precise movements is frustrating. Though you have a lot of chances if you...
In editing, you can exploit the game where you can get 2 rings if both Sonic and Tails grab them. This is a great way.
Fail, as every ring
Very
will
interesting.
respawn after you leave the half-pipe, and there are a
Wait, is that?
lot of marks
Is that right?
loose. Making precise movements is frustrating.
Let's do a bit of a play-by-play here.
So yeah,
Okay, so there are...
a lot of chances if you...
Oh, that's true! Oh, I see that! Oh, that's very interesting. Good eye, good eye.
fail, as every ring will respawn after you leave the half-pipe, and there are a lot of markers scattered around, so you have a lot of chances. But what do you get if you get all the emeralds? Well, if you beat all 7 stages and grab all 7 Chaos Emeralds, you get a special ability, Supersonic. And many people really love this ability. You just jump when you hold the 50 rings and you'll be invincible and faster than normal. However, I don't...
I was a little more interested in the glitch, like... I'm not gonna say I disagree, but like...
find it all that fun at all. For starters, it drains rings, so when it's done, you are completely vulnerable to all damage unless you find rings, which depending on where you are, you may not be able to find them and will have to risk your life to progress. Second, he's very fast, and since the screen is still too close to the screen, falling off pits and getting crushed will still make you lose a life, since you're not invincible to either, and the fast pace also affects your platforming. Just look at it here in Metropolis. And the worst thing is, you can't turn it off, meaning you have to wait until your ring count hits 0. But again,
I still agree with this. I wish there was a way to turn off Supersonic if you want. I know in Mania, you get the ability to... You get, like, a button to turn you Supersonic, but even then, I wish there were ways to, like, turn it on and off, just in case you don't need it. I don't know.
you'll be completely vulnerable. So yeah, fun. Totally worth the hell that I went through. And you could avoid getting the 50 rings, but what if I want to grab some extra lives? Or what if there are a multitude of rings in the way? One jump, and you'll go supersonic at an instant, and endure the frustration. Anyway, something I didn't go into too much detail in Sonic 1 were the stages. Some were okay. I liked Green Hill, Spring Yard, and Starlight, and the other...
Nope. I don't agree with that one bit. The game peaks at Green Hill, and everything else is just either really slow or just just a visual bore. Like, the level design in Starlight is fine, but it's just a black void with mechanical set pieces. Like, it's not that interesting. And Springyard's okay, but like, I'm not I'm not playing the game for that. I just can't be asked to. Like, no, I don't think any of the levels in Sonic 1 are really all that great. I'm sorry.
Others just aren't fun. Special mention to Labyrinth Zone. The levels in Sonic 2 are so much better. In fact, I like all the levels except for 2. Aquatic Ruins, because it's kind of slow, has a ton of water, and leaves that obstructive view of a lot.
Yeah, the parallax in Aquatic Ruins is the make or break for me. Other than that, I actually don't mind Aquatic Ruins in hindsight.
The level, meaning cheap hits are guaranteed. The other is Winged Fortress, especially when Supersonic is activated. Yeah, that's fine. Chemical Plant is a fantastic level, as well as Mystic Cave. But one of my favorite levels in the entire series comes in the form of Casino Night Zone. Amazing music, beautiful aesthetics, and really fun gimmicks.
The better Spring Guard. I still agree with that. Though I would probably say Mystic Cave might be in the running for me. Also, Oil Ocean is not that bad. Anyone who says that level is bad, that's a bad level, you are completely wrong. And I think Metropolis gets a little too much flack. I do agree that 3 acts is a little too much, but other than that, I don't think it's really all that bad.
This is a zone I don't mind waiting out the timer for. I may be addicted to gambling, in just a bit. The bosses are also a step up. The concepts are really cool, like Emerald Hill, Aquatic Ruins, Casino Night, and Oil Ocean, though it's still kind of garbage. But then you...
It's still kind of Shut up. The contradictions are just absolutely interesting.
You got Chemical Plant, Hilltop, and frick you. But one fight that will always be one of my favorites is the final fight. You fight the Silver Sonic robot with no rings, beat him, chase the real fastest thing alive. Seriously, look at that acceleration on those dinky little legs. And fight the toughest boss in Sonic history. Okay, maybe not.
I should also comment on the music choices. Like, the fact that at this point, like this exact point in the video, I don't use the Death Egg music is kind of, again, lazy. It's very lazy editing. Like, you could have made it just, it could have made the whole scene like a lot more interesting. But yeah, I love this final fight. I really do. But I'll talk about it after I talk about it.
That's tough. But the Death Egg robot is so much fun to fight. 12 hits to beat him, limited opportunities, phenomenal boss theme, and all with 0 rings. And when you die, you're doing all...
I don't think God liked that. There's a thunderstorm around, and so that's not exactly a great time to stream because of that, I guess. But yeah, no, the fact that there are 0 rings makes this final boss kind of contentious to a lot of people. And maybe it's just me being a masochist, but I fucking love that about this fight. Like, the fight itself is so... It's so energizing to me. Like, it's tough enough to be challenging, but it's also not bullshit to the point where the 0 rings is a detriment. Like, I hear a lot of people talk about... There was one point when Generations came out, and the Death Egg robot was the first boss in the game. And one of my critiques, and I made a comment on this in one very random video, where I said I would have loved it if the Death Egg robot still had the 0 ring penalty. Because that's one of the interesting things about the fight for me. And there were some people that actually replied to that comment and said, well, that's not really fair considering it's the first fight. I don't know. That fight is so easy to the point where a 0 ring challenge is kind of... I don't know. In hindsight, that is kind of a dumb thing to say on my part. But, you know, past that, like, I love this fight. I love everything about this fight. I really do.
All of this all over again, making the fight, although frustrating, extremely satisfying when you beat him. And with
Again, I wouldn't even say it's frustrating. It's actually, it's more tense. And that's what a great final boss should be.
Eggman down and out, Sonic escapes the Death Egg, destroys it, and Tails saves him with Sonic's plane, the Tornado. And that's if you didn't get all the emeralds. When you do have all of them, Sonic just goes super and tells Tails, "Frick you, Tails, I don't need your help." Little prick. So, outside the frustrating special state,
Not to make this another Some Call Me Johnny A rant, but I remember he didn't say this in his original SGB review, and he talked about this in his re-review for Johnny Versus, and he talked about how the Sonic. So to be fair, he did make it a little more. He did put a little more effort into why that's a problem. So I can't. Maybe it's me being a little ahead of the curve in that regard, considering how many times that I stole from him. But I'm not saying that he watched this and was like, "Oh, now I have this opinion." No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just find it funny how I actually had this opinion before he made it. Before he made it clear in his second Sonic 2 video. That's all. But yeah, no, the best ending is actually the worst ending. I don't like that. That's why I don't go for the emeralds. I really don't. Outside of Supersonic, because Supersonic is lame. I'm sorry. I still think that, but yeah, no, it's like, God, I love Sonic 2. I really do.
Sonic 2 is easily the best game in the trilogy. Great.
Would not say easily, though. Ever since then, I do go back and forth between 2 and 3 and Knuckles. 3 and Knuckles specifically, not separated, because Sonic 3 alone is kind of boring, and Sonic and Knuckles is a little on the tough side. But combined, I think they actually, if you combine them, the balance is a little more, is a little better. So, as a combined package, 3 and K is just as good as Sonic 2.
Levels, awesome music, and Tails. Oh, I didn't really talk about him all too much, did I? Yeah, he's Sonic's best friend. His gimmick is using his 2 tails to fly, though it's only used to catch up. You can also play as him if you want, but it's not like you're going to be using those tails. He's a Sonic clone and nothing else. Really? That's all. It's a fantastic game and certainly one of my favorite games, period. Yeah, that's pretty bold. And the sequel, well, technically sequels, has some pretty big shoes to fill. Oh boy, let's begin. Enter Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the duology that was going to be a single game, but because of time constraints, it's split into Sonic 3.
No, not time constraints. No. The only reason why 3 and K was split into 2 was because of McDonald's. No, seriously, that's literally it. It's like McDonald's said, "Hey, we need to, if you want the toy tie-ins you have to get the game out at this specific time." So they had to cut Sonic 3, put the first part out, and then had Sonic and Knuckles the year after. It's kind of interesting. Welcome to capitalism.
And released as Sonic and Knuckles several months later. Combined, the games make a total of 14 zones compared to the 6 in the first game and 9 in the second. And I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of like the first game. Half the levels I can really like.
Oh boy, this is where I'm probably going to be very, very critical. Because I agree with 1 and I agree with 2. Like I said, I've grown a lot more fondness for 3 and Knuckles since this. Because this is actually the first time I actually finished 3 and K, believe it or not. I played it here and there when I had, well, I still have the Sonic Collection on DS, and I played a ton of all the games. But I think my overall like not disdain per se, like my ambivalence to 3 and K was I played the DS version, which is very crunched, and I was playing it on GameCube here. And if you played Sonic games on GameCube, on the Gems Collection on GameCube, it's not fun. It's not fun at all. So that's kind of the major problem. Thanks to actually playing it on like other systems, I've grown a lot more fondness for it. But let's continue.
Like, and sadly, I have to say the same for the music. Though I will say,
Oh, hard disagree. Hard disagree there. Sonic 3 and Knuckles soundtrack is absolutely phenomenal. Just as good as Sonic 2, honestly.
even for the unmemorable pieces, I'll admit they're really good tracks. But the ones I do remember are some of the best in the series. I don't really like Hydras.
I don't know where I'm. Do I like the music or not? It's like fucking Christ.
Your flying battery, but damn it, the music for both is amazing. Carnival Night and Lava Wreath are also really great. And the final boss music for Sonic 3 is pretty good. And the levels themselves, well, I have to say Sonic 2 did them better. Sonic 2 had more imaginative levels, like Oil Ocean, Chemical Plant, Hilltop, and Mystic Cave. Sonic 3 has a lot of uninteresting levels like Ice Cap, Hydrocity, Sandopolis, and Launch Base. And as you can tell, I don't really like any of them. Not
Where do we start? The reason why the levels are not as like eccentric in 3 and K is because it's trying to create a story with the levels this time. Like, you could try to find a story in the Sonic 2 levels, but Sonic 3 and K, all of it is contained on one island. And because of that, the level theming is a lot more, like... It's very elaborate. And even at that point, some of the level stages, while visually, like, been there, done that, like, I talk about Ice Cap, I talk about Hydrocity, I talk about Launch Base, like, you got the ice level, you got the water level, you got the base level. But honestly, that's not... Just because the level tropes are overdone doesn't make the levels like uninteresting. If anything, if you do something interesting with the levels themselves, and I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles does that perfectly, you get some very memorable stages. Now, with that said, there are some levels that I still don't like in Sonic 3 and K, is why I kind of go back and forth between 2 and 3. For example, Flying Battery, I still don't like Flying Battery. I think they did it a lot better in Mania. But... Oh, and Death Egg. Death Egg fucking sucks. I think Death Egg is actually worse than Metropolis. If I'm gonna still make some bold opinions there, But no, I had to disagree with my opinions on the Sonic 3 stages. I think they're perfectly fine.
not only are they uninteresting levels, they're just not fun. Their level design is also a lot to be desired. Like this part in Ice Cap. I spent 5 minutes trying to get through here. Same with Sandopolis. These things don't help either. But there are very fun levels in here, like I said.
Can you stop? I'm trying to watch shitty YouTube videos if you don't mind. Mr. Rain, can you go come back. I mean, I don't wouldn't mind because it's absolutely fucking hot here, but at least keep it down with the thunder. If that's perfectly fine. Please and thank you.
I did enjoy Angel Island and Carnival Night, even though it wasn't as exciting as Casino Night and 2. And Lava Reef and Sky Sanctuary are the best in the game, in my opinion.
I can't 100% say Sky Sanctuary. I think Sky Sanctuary is pretty good. I do agree with Lava Reef. I think Lava Reef is fantastic. Definitely don't agree with Carnival Night, though I do think the barrels are very... I think they should have changed the barrels to like a momentum thing instead of just, go up and down, press up and press down, press up, press down. That's not interesting to me, especially when you have a franchise completely built on momentum. I thought that would be a lot more interesting. They didn't agree with me there, I suppose.
The others are fine. I have no ill will towards the Death Egg Zone, even though
I said that I don't like the Death Egg Zone, and I say I'm very indifferent. Oh, honey, honey, honey.
it went for a little too long. Same with Flying Battery and Hidden Palace. Actually, my biggest complaint about the games is that
I don't really think much about Hidden Palace now that I think about it, but I think I have to agree there.
the levels seem to take a bit too long. In fact, I can recall 3 separate occasions I saw the time up screen. That's never happened in Sonic 1 or 2. Look at these
Again, I think that's more of a problem that I had because I played this in full for the first time for this video. So that complaint means nothing to me.
times. I should not spend 8 minutes on one act. That's ridiculous. I'm sure skilled players can do it faster.
Also, I remember having similar issues with Mania, and for some reason, we're gonna get to that, but I remember not complaining about it in that video. So is having long levels a problem in this game, but it's not a problem in Mania? We'll have to look into that, but I'm pretty sure I don't complain about it, and that's a problem. That would be a problem if that's a thing.
This is dumb. Luckily, you start at the last marker with restarted time when you time out, too. Otherwise, I'd lose my mind. The bosses, like the other 2 games, are all...
How many times can I call myself a pussy? Throughout this entire... stream. Like, I feel like I'm gonna... I feel like I have to... I feel like I have to say that every single time I say something that is just... Whew. My commentary is just wow, dude. Just wow.
So kind of hit and miss. Oh, and there are also mini-bosses too, and again, they're hit and miss. Most of the mini-bosses aren't very fun, and some can drag for a little too long. But the bosses like in Angel Island, Marble Guardian, and Hydrocity are pretty fun, with ones like Carnival Night, Sandopolis, and Lava Reef being really underwhelming. Hopefully the level design and bosses are all I can criticize. And really, the other stuff isn't too bad. Sonic's movement is very smooth like he was in Sonic 2, but he also has a new technique.
He is smoother in Sonic 3, actually. Which, again, I think that's one of the reasons why people like Sonic 3 over Sonic 2, and deservedly so.
Called the Insta-Shield, which admittedly saved me in certain situations. There are also new types of shields. I guess this is the best way to segue to this, but in Sonic 1 and 2, there were monitors scattered across the levels. You had ring boxes, which contained 10 rings of pop, Sonic boxes, which contain an extra life, invincibility boxes, which explains itself, speed-up boxes, which also explains itself, and the shield, which gives you an extra hit and makes getting all the emeralds less of a pain in the ass, though not by much. Sonic 3 and Knuckles removes the shield altogether, but replaces it with elemental shields, which are the...
And that I won't be talking about these. This is one of the stages you find in the markers where you can grab certain. Why don't you talk about them? Like it's a pretty significant part of the game itself. Why would you just not?
best thing about the game, honestly. You have the bubble shield, which allows
Sweet
you to breathe underwater
fucking
and do a
Christ.
ground pound by hitting the jump button again. The fire shield, which makes Sonic fireproof and makes a mad dash when in midair, but it also disappears in water, so be cautious. And the electric shield, which jogs in rings, making him for a wonderful life grinder, and lets Sonic do a jello jump. But if it hits the water, it disappears. Seriously, I should be a water hazard.
You know what? I actually wouldn't. That's kind of what I was thinking when I was thinking about the electric shield. I think in certain fan games, people actually do that, where the electric shield actually does disappear, but it creates like a screen nuke. And I always found that idea very fascinating. It's very interesting that they don't do that here or Mania or anything else, but or maybe not. Maybe there's a game out there that I'm not thinking of.
Oh well, kidding aside, I love the electric shield, and I'm glad it comes back in later games. You also have 2 other playable...
Not mentioning the fact that it doesn't give you a double jump. I mean, I have a very mixed opinion when it comes to double jumps as a whole, but when it comes to like a power up, I think I think you should have that. Like it's one of the characteristics of the electric shield. Why don't you do that?
Characters in these games. Tails returns and he can actually fly for once. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how to play as him.
Couldn't figure out how to. Let's do a little bit of research here. How do you play as Tails in Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Jarvis, give me the answer. Select a new save slot, go to character selection screen, and pressing up and down on the D-pad instead of pressing start immediately and choose Tails. You complete imbecile. I fucking hate you.
It's not really all that important. Just look at him. He doesn't even want to be here. But the newcomer here is the titular Knuckles the Echidna. Now it's story time. So, unlike the last 2 games, Sonic 3 and Knuckles tries its hand in some storytelling. Sonic and Tails head over to a floating island.
Holy shit, there you go. There's the music change. Why didn't you do that for the Death Egg robot? Oh, it's time to talk about the story. Let's change up the music. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do that in... Again, my editing skills is so fucking lazy here, dude.
Chaos Emeralds, assuming we got them in the last game. Sonic goes supersonic for some bizarre reason and runs into Knuckles. Knocks the emeralds out of Sonic. Whoa, that's actually pretty strong. Takes the emeralds, chuckles, and suddenly leaves. What a dick. You meet him several times during your adventures, and it's revealed that he was tricked by Eggman to take down Sonic, because Eggman said that Sonic would take the Master Emerald, the giant Chaos Emerald that Knuckles is guarding. How you know is, at the end of the Hidden Palace, there is a mural about an Eggman-like figure and a Golden Hedgehog figure going for the Master Emerald. Considering it wasn't very clear, Knuckles being convinced that Eggman was the good guy is justified. And when Eggman actually takes the Emerald, Knuckles tries to take him down, but fails. Then he helps Sonic to chase him down and take back the Emerald. Sonic has a chase with the big bad Mecha Sonic that actually gives us reimagined Eggomatic fights from Green Hill, which the electric shield kind of breaks in half. And the Metropolis. This is just sad. I had a ton of trouble with this boss in Metropolis, and here comes this guy like, yeah, I'll just stay here and take it. For the 3rd time, he tries to beat us on his own.
That is kind of funny. That's kind of funny. It's like... Though at the same time, I feel like that's another aspect of the environmental storytelling. It's like, you're stronger this time. So obviously the Wrecking Ball wouldn't be too much of an issue, and the Metropolis boss wouldn't be too much of an issue either. Man, you know what? I really do need to redo these videos one of these days.
Chase down Eggman in the Death Egg, fight Hell 9000, and see Eggman's... whatever this is. Seriously, this is just the saddest level read. We go into space while in super form, and... oh, shit! Ow! Stop it! Damn it! What the hell? Quit! Quit it, I say! Quit it! Okay, there you go. You're done. Oh, frickin' hell. Okay, get all these rings. It's been a minute. I haven't seen them yet. Well, I can stock up, I guess. Oh, wait.
This is dumb.
Why did I have this dash? Wait, I have to dash into him? Well, that's not very obvious. Alright, I'll stay down and give me...
No, this is dumb. This is dumb. Very dumb critique. The fact that I didn't know about the dash, especially when I played the advanced games prior to this, I feel like I would have known this. But even without that knowledge, you would at least have the curiosity to use the buttons, right? So no, this is such a dumb critique. No.
the Emerald. That's pretty much what Sonic does. Knuckles starts his adventure in Sonic and Knuckles, obviously, where he gets assaulted by an egg robo. In fact, pretty much every Eggman fight is replaced with the egg robo when you play as Knuckles. But really, what's so great about this egg robo? You face...
Can you stop saying egg robo? Like, can you diversify the script a little bit? Like let's do a redo here. But all the Eggman fights are replaced with this egg robo. Okay. You have Knuckles, who is chilling around in his home, and then he gets assaulted by this egg robo. In fact, the boss fights are actually redone with this little robot. And you have to take him down. I'm not entirely sure what the point of this robot is, but honestly, I guess it doesn't really matter. Or no, something like that. I know I said robot twice, but like, it's a little more interesting than just reusing Egg Robo like 3 times. You get me?
the same things as Sonic pretty much, until he reaches the Hidden Palace, which leads him to a portal to Sky Sanctuary, where he is taken by the Egg Robo to be killed off by Mechasonic. How gruesome. Knuckles escapes. As awesome as he is, the Egg Robo dies, Knuckles defeats Mechasonic, but it escapes to the Master Emerald and becomes Super. This fight is kind of tedious, by the way, but Knuckles beats him once and for all and takes what is rightfully his.
Is it tedious or is it tense? If I'm going to, I don't know, if I'm going to compliment the Death Egg Robot, I have to compliment the Mechasonic fight. Because I think the Mechasonic fight is absolutely... I don't think it's... I'd have to think about that. I don't know if I would like it lesser than the Death Egg Robot, but even then, I still do like the Mechasonic fight quite a bit.
Okay, about Knuckles himself. Well, he isn't as fast as Sonic, but he has the ability to glide, climb walls, and destroy obstacles that Sonic and Tails can't. Unfortunately, him and Tails don't have the ability to use elemental shields or go to special stages, which sucks for the shields, but if I don't have to worry about emeralds, thank Lord. Speaking of, the special stages, okay, they're just as bad as Sonic 2. The objective is not to...
I'm going to agree with this, and I don't care if anyone disagrees with me on this. I don't like Blue Spears. Never did, never will. I think overall, though, I have grown softer on them, so I would say that these are definitely the best special stages in the trilogy. I think I might like the UFOs just a little bit more, but I will still stand by the fact that I don't like any of the special stages. I think all the special stages are just not that interesting.
Collect rings at a certain amount of time, but to remove every blue sphere on the map. Sounds easy? Well, you can't touch the red spheres that appear on the stage. These white spheres knock you back. Blue spheres will turn into red, meaning one slip will possibly...
Look at this fair and balanced piece of garbage. Fun, right? You can jump! Oh my fucking god, do you not understand that you can jump? Okay, I still don't like the blue spheres, but at the very least, learn the actual mechanics of the special stage before you actually... Oh my fucking god, I cannot stand this motherfucker.
Kick you out. And you speed up at a certain point, which can screw up your mobility just a bit. I have
fucking
never
jump.
And while I was close at points, the controllers screwed me over several times. And even then, it's just not fun to walk around.
That's the one part I agree with. I don't like running around in this very visually exhausting like sphere. It's like it's not interesting to me. I can't. I want to agree with you. I want to agree with you. But there are some things that are making me go, no, you're not making any sense.
It's just an open space with spheres, and you walk comparatively slower than you do in the actual game. Though, really, that was the same problem with the other two stages. Just screw all these special stages. I would have rather had the Sonic 3 stages, but as a timed maze. I would have had a race with an Eggman robot. Or you know what? Remove the special stages altogether and find them around in various stages. Just...
Actually, Sonic 1 in Game Gear. Actually, Sonic 1 and 2 on Game Gear, if I remember correctly. They do that, and I kind of have to agree with that. Although, if there are special stages like Mania, maybe I won't be too fussy about them, but even with that said, I don't think I really want. I'd rather no special stage than this.
not these. Luckily, a cheat code exists for Sonic 2, and you can pick Doomsday Zone and just not bother with them altogether. And Sonic 1 obviously doesn't care, so I won't either. Though really, if the biggest problem is the special stages, something that I can just ignore with no consequence, that's a good thing, I guess. I know other people like the Sonic 2 special stages or the Sonic 3 special stages, but I'd rather ignore them, run around the levels, listen to some kick-ass music, and these games do that. Sonic the Hedgehog has aged a bit, and I'm probably not going to go back to this one a whole lot. But Sonic 2, 3, and Knuckles, I will stress, are some of the best games in the series, and Sonic 2 is one of my favorite games period, so of course I'm going to say a lot of praise for it. Many say these games are Sonic's peak, and while I don't fully agree with that, later games of course didn't really meet the expectations of these gems, and I plan to cover as much as I can for this series. I also wanted to add Sonic CD in this video, but I have plans for that game when the time comes. But there are some other Sonic games on the
When the time comes, meaning after this.
Genesis that I'm going to tackle next time. And I'll just say this, I'm not looking forward to them. Oh well, I might as well get those done and over with.
Oh, I do say that. I was doing very well with 1 and 2, and then Sonic 3 kind of made me annoyed. So let's call that a mixed bag. Let's call that a mixed bag. Now we're off to the Genesis spin-offs. Oh, Sonic 3 and Knuckles is not the next one. Okay. So I'm doing the Genesis spin-offs, and then we're doing Sonic CD. And Knuckles. And Knuckles Chaotix. Okay.
Sonic was originally made to be Sega's answer to Super Mario. However, when your character's sole purpose was to market a product, its fate will start to be questioned when you start to run out of ideas. That's pretty much what happened after Sonic and Knuckles ended production, and Sonic would not have the main title until Sonic Adventure in 1998. This would leave Sonic with several spin-offs during the rest of the Genesis lifecycle, and would barely have any games on the next console, the Saturn. So Genesis spin-offs. Let's talk about all 3 of them right now. I don't want to do this, but I might as well get them out of the way. Sonic Spinball, Sonic 3D Blast, and Robotnik's Mean Beam Machine. Guess we'll talk about Mean Beam Machine first, since this one is really far away from the Sonic formula. In fact, so much that it was from a different series altogether. I'm sure some of you have heard of Puyo Puyo, right? Well, the series was pretty well known in Japan, but like other franchises, it was probably a little too Japan for other countries. So they experimented with 2 series to get it out. One of them was Kirby with Kirby's Avalanche. This was my introduction to Puyo Puyo, and was a good game, but Kirby's kind of an asshole on that game. Just look at him, horrible speaking. But of course, the other franchise was Sonic. In this case, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, a TV show that I'm not really fond of. It's like Looney Tunes, only with barely any character or actual jokes. Anyway, if you've never...
Still agree with that. I don't like Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, it's fine. It's quirky fun." It's like, I don't know. I think there's a little too much quirk. There's a little too much quirk for me. I also don't like the character designs in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Just look at Coconuts here. He looks dopey. Looks very little dopey little fucker. And the way they made Eggman just very like it's like very tubby. It's like that's not Eggman to me. He's a talking egg. Make him a talking egg. Don't make. I had a problem. I have a problem with this with Sad AM as well. Don't get me wrong, but I would rather. I'd rather play. Not play. I'd rather watch Sad AM because Sad AM actually has a interesting story to it.
Played Puyo Puyo before. It's a puzzle game where you connect at least 4 Puyos to pop. Unlike other puzzle games, you're always going against an opponent. If it's not going against a friend, the single player will have you go against a computer player. In this case, Robotnik's robots. Some are fine to fight, but I swear the difficulty curve is so sporadic. The second fight was way harder than the third fight, and just look at Coconuts here, that smug little cheat. This should have been a much later fight, considering its constant appearance in the show, too. Oh, the Puyo Rabbit is in here.
The Puyo Rabbit. Can you tell that I was a little early to my Puyo Puyo fandom? Like I love Puyo Puyo so much. This is Carbuncle. Call him Carbuncle, you absolute Nimrod. You can also tell that I'm just very like lax when it comes to. Oh, didn't. Just noticed that it wasn't full screen. Yeah, you can really tell that I was not as good as Puyo Puyo that I am now. I am a Puyo Puyo god. God damn it.
They missed that. Nice to see a friendly face, though. Really, if you want to play Puyo Puyo, I'd recommend Puyo Pop Fever, which is one of my favorite games, period. Or just wait until Puyo Puyo Tetris comes out. I'm so excited for that game. But anyway.
Did I play Puyo? Maybe I did play Fever before this. Never mind.
Wait, let's move on to the more original games. Sonic Spinball. It's electronic pinball with Sonic. Just a level with you. I'm not really a big fan of pinball, let alone electronic pinball. But this game is a special case. So in this story, Sonic just goes after Robotnik into a pinball-based area. And that's all I got. Your objective is blocked and you have to hit the buttons in order to progress. But I swear the control and momentum can screw up your chances anyway. I would believe that gathering the emeralds would allow progress as well, but I wouldn't know. I keep dying to the acid and toxic caves, and I'll be honest, the only good thing about Spinball is the theme and Toxic Caves music. The only other song I know is in the options/results screen, and I'm not letting you listen.
I actually don't mind the machine either, but other than that, yeah, the music is kind of hit or miss, and the option music's terrible.
Trust me, you'll thank me for that. But yeah, I didn't go too
You fucking pussy. If I have to suffer through it, you do too.
far into it. Didn't care to. You punish yourself if you're curious. Also, unlike the other games, I didn't have a level select code, so yeah, not going any farther than this. Sorry if I'm ending that one pretty short, but really, it's pinball with platforming in certain parts. Not much to talk about other than that. Anyway, Sonic 3D Blast, the last Sonic game on the Genesis, which would also be ported to the PC and Saturn, so I guess that means Spinball was the last true game of the Genesis? No, well, I'll just shut up about that. The game is a legitimate platformer, and the first game in the series to go in 3D, even if it's not fully 3D. There's an island infested with birds called Flickies. That, believe it?
I say infested like they're little parasites. It's like, it's just an island of birds. Like, I say it's not really all that uncommon. It's just an island of birds. It's nothing. It's not that magical, actually.
Sure or not, had their own game way before Sonic, and also made other cameos in other Sega franchises. Robotnik found the island and plans to take
Also,
it.
why? Also, what's with the off-center? What's with the off-center graphics? Like, I'm not. I guess it's not really much of a problem. It's just more of an observation. It's just, I don't know why I have it like so off-center.
And turned the inhabitants into robots. Not very surprising. But Sonic goes over to the island to visit the Flickies and begins to free them from Robotnik's grasp. It's essentially the same plot, but really no one cares. They just want to go fast and explore. Well, good news, you have the ability to do both. But exploring doesn't really reward you as much as the last games did, and speed is almost always a bad idea. Why is that? Well, let's start from the top. First, collecting 50 rings will take you to the special stage like the first two games. Though this time you have to go to Tails and Knuckles, who are also there. I mean, I get why Tails is here, he's Sonic's best friend, but why is Knuckles here? Doesn't he have a Master Emerald to guard? All he does here is stand and do his adorable little dance. Shimmy shimmy. And I also have to question why they take you to the special stages as well. They just take all of your only source of life and magically teleport you to a mystical bridge of hell. Never knew my best friend was a little selfish prick. Knuckles was predictable though. Shimmy shimmy. And talking about the special stages for a moment,
I'm not entirely sure that's like funny. I think that's just kind of awkward, which is funny in its own right.
they aren't too bad. You have to go across a long hallway similar to Sonic 2's.
Not too bad. They're boring. They're so boring.
But you're blocked by pitfalls on the bridge, which can be a pain to avoid. Again, I just ignore the emeralds. They aren't.
Dude, what's with the cuts? The cuts are so uneven.
Necessary to beat the game, and I would not want to imagine how crazy the game would be with Supersonic. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, we would know that because John Burton, the director for this game, actually did a ROM hack and made the game just a little bit better, and also put Supersonic in the game, which is very interesting. I'm not playing it. I haven't played it. I don't like 3D Blast. Why would I go back to it?
The other problem is the Flickies themselves. There are 5 enemies in each section, each act having 2 or 3 sections. Each enemy has a Flicky inside that you have to escort to the end of the section, and getting hit will scatter every Flicky you have at your disposal. Some are too hard to grab, like blues and purples, but the red ones like to bounce around, and green ones don't even make an effort to find Sonic. And take note that Flickies can get hit individually as well. Cowards. Shields return as they guard both Sonic and the Flickies. But if you're thinking that they're the amazing elemental shields from 3 and Knuckles, I wish. You have the ordinary blue shield from 1 and 2, the red shield that makes Sonic fireproof, but it's not the fire shield, so the dash doesn't make a comeback. Would have been really...
Yeah, that's very interesting. This is one of the very few games that actually brings back the fire shield. The other one, funnily enough, is Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't know why. It's like... What's so interesting about the fire shield if you don't have the dash? Like, that's one of the more interesting things about it, because not a lot of levels really take advantage of the like the fire resistance.
Fun to use though. And the gold shield that unfortunately doesn't attract rings as sensual as it sounds. Gives you a homing attack, which makes taking out enemies much easier. And it also makes the first appearance of the technique. If only it was an actual technique Sonic would have. That would have been amazing. With all that said, the rest of the gameplay... Oh lord. Well, let's say this. Do you like ice physics? Do you like going fast while going on ice? No? Well, this certainly isn't the game for you. It feels like Sonic has butter on his shoes every time, which makes dodging a little difficult. And to make this even better, that's not the worst part. There are other ways to get to other places, like these boost pads that take you on a set path until you cancel it with a jump. And the spinny fan-powered power-up that can break stuff, but put more butter on the already buttery shoes. And the level design can kick your butt in so many ways. Rusty Ruin and Spring Stadium, oh good lord, you will get damaged and looking for everything for what seems like hours. Speaking of which, the levels can take way too long. Just, shut up.
Yeah, fuck you. Oh, man. 3D Blast sucks dick, dude. Everything about it is... If it's not bullshit, it's boring. If it's not boring, it's bullshit.
And the bosses... Oh, good lord, they're even more hit and miss than Sonic 3 and Knuckles. You have some pretty decent ones, like the first boss and the second one, but then you get the bullshit ones, like the Lava World and... Oh, lord. But I will say, the final boss is actually really fun. This is easily the best boss in the game, and yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one.
Don't remember it.
This is one of the best parts of the game, honestly. Presentation-wise, it looks pretty good, but the character models look kind of gross. Poor Tail, he looks like he just got shot out of a dirty anus. You're welcome for the image. And the music
Yeah, like, ew.
actually isn't too bad. They don't burn as much of an impact as the original trilogy does. Though some like Green Grove and Diamond Dust are phenomenal. And these songs actually get remixed and later get... Actually, I'd rather not talk about them right now. But really, that's better than what these two try to do. I know I didn't talk a lot about the music in these two, but there's the thing. Mean Bean Machine only has one track that repeats in every single...
Not entirely correct. There are 3 tracks, but none of them are really... Yeah, I don't really remember very much about Bean Bean Machine's music. When I think about Puyo Puyo's music, it's about the Puyo Puyo. The Puyo Puyo soundtrack.
match. And Spinball only has 2 memorable tracks and nothing else. I'll give credit to 3D Blast for that alone. Unfortunately, that's its only saving grace in my opinion, and also the only reason why I didn't go mentally insane. It's interesting how some of the greatest games in Sonic's history would also share the same system as some of the most lackluster. And I haven't even got to the rest of the games, on the Genesis add-ons, the Saturn, PC, or the Game Gears. Sonic, even in his heyday, was losing himself so quickly, and eventually he'll get his footing, but he loses it right after, every time he does too. I love Sonic, I love the characters, and I love some of his games, but I can't ignore the fact that Sonic is one of the most unstable franchises in gaming history. I can only hope Mania and Forces helped Sonic to become what he was in the early 90s. And it seems like Sega is trying, but those are stories for another time, and I have a couple of games left. And I'll talk about those before I move on to other games and platforms. I'm just going to pray that the series keeps going strong. Well, I got a couple of new adventures to go to.
Oh, what do we say? What do we say to the poor, poor child? Well, maybe it was great, but Forces fucking sucked, and it's one of those games that I really don't want to talk about. Instead, let's talk about Sonic 3, Sonic CD, and Knuckles Chaotix.
The Sega CD and the Sega 32X.
Okay. First off. You forgot to put a... You forgot to put a fade out. You forgot to put a fade out in that. It's like, that was such an abrupt end to that music piece.
Console industry. From what I hear, most...
Holy fucking shit, is that... Are those borders? Holy sweet Jesus Christ, on a bike, those are fucking borders. I actually learned to not stretch the fucking video. Hella fucking Luya, I'll drink to that. Continue.
Most of the games that were released on them were not very well received, and neither were the add-ons themselves. Just look at the size of the 32X library. That's just sad. The Sega CD and the 32X both had one Sonic game each. Sonic CD for the Sega CD, and Knuckles Chaotix for the 32X. Though Sonic CD wouldn't even be an exclusive to the CD, as it would be ported to PC 3 years later, and the Xbox 360, PS3, and mobile phones in 2011. Knuckles Chaotix, however, was not released on any other platform, and for the sake of me not spending a couple $100, I'm reluctantly going to have to emulate it. Not really a big deal, but playing a Genesis game on an Xbox...
Okay, can I talk about the... down for a moment. Down. Oh, fucking whatever. You can see the fucking frame rate counter right here. I never knew that Knuckles Chaotix was 50. I didn't know it was 50 FPS. Was I playing the... Actually, I'm starting to think about it. I might have been playing a European copy. Not copy, a European version. Because that's the only thing that would make sense, because other than that, why isn't it 60? It's very interesting.
To get not exactly practical if you think about it. Good thing Sonic CD has the PC version. Speaking of, let's start with Sonic the Hedgehog CD, what many consider one of the best Sonic games. It's also the first game to have animated cutscenes, created by Toei no less. Pretty cool. The story involves a little planet that Robotnik has captured and covered in metal. Sonic boosts over to the planet at supersonic speed to defeat Robotnik and free the little planet from his grasp. Instead of Chaos Emeralds, there are gems called Time Stones to collect. If you get all of them, you get the good ending. But like other games, I didn't really bother. So I just got the screw you bad ending. You probably know why if you followed up at this point, but let's talk gameplay first. Before I move on, I should talk about the two new inclusions in the Sonic universe. Amy Rose and Metal Sonic. Now Metal Sonic is pretty cool, one of the best villains in the Sonic universe. But I'm not gonna...
Even though Metal Sonic has kind of fallen off over time, IDW really fucked him up. The Metal Virus wasn't too bad with him, but past that, it's like Metal Sonic really isn't that interesting anymore. It's like he's like very easily beaten up, and any other time after CD, like Metal Sonic, actually even in Sonic CD, Metal's kind of it's kind of a waste. Like in his own boss fight, he gets destroyed like like that. It's like, do I really like Metal Sonic? I actually don't know.
Talk too much about Amy here because, for one, I'm not really a big fan of Amy Rose in general, and two, she doesn't really have a big presence in this game. You only meet her 2 times. One when she gets kidnapped, and once when you save her in Stardust Speedway. That's about it. Amy is just there just to be there. Sonic CD feels like a smoother, faster version of the original Sonic the Hedgehog. You use the control stick to control Sonic, press down for a spin dash, perform it while stationary to perform the supersonic spin dash, and in addition, you have a new maneuver, the Super Peel Out, which works like the spin dash, but instead of holding up, you'll charge and go a lot faster than a normal spin dash, but you are completely vulnerable to enemy attack. Another new gimmick for Sonic CD is time traveling. These past and future posts will take you to the respective timeline by going at top speed for a specific amount of time, but it's kind of wonky considering the level design usually doesn't complement this mechanic. But going back and forward in time is pretty neat, with different set pieces and remixed music of the stage. That's cool, but it's not necessary. Well, for me anyway. There are these castles to destroy if you go into the past, but really it doesn't affect me in any way, so I just ignore them. You have rings of...
I don't talk about how the capsules are just an alternate way of creating a good future. If you don't care about getting time stones and all that. But I think later on I will talk about how I don't really care.
Item boxes just like the original game. But the speed up shoes have a nice little jingle, and the 1-up just makes Sonic go, yeah. Not exactly worthwhile like it was in the other games. Wait, Sonic spoke? Holy shit! Sonic, no! Tails, don't. I know you don't have a lot to live for, but you know better, right, buddy? Right? You do? Wow, you're so useless you don't commit suicide like your own hero.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Sweet Jesus. Oh my God, it's like... There are words in my brain. I don't know how to execute them, though. Don't say execute. I said move on.
Speaking of, Tails is also playable in the PC version of the game when you beat the main game with Sonic. He has the ability to fly with the loss of the Super Peel Outs. I call him the I don't give a shit mode. I guess all I need to talk about now is special stages, and I take back everything I said about Sonic 2 and 3. At least with those stages, I can gather emeralds with some kind of patience, but holy shit, these special stages are the worst. You have to take out all the UFOs and
Really?
However, the damn things really like to go above the water, which you will lose time if you go over. Like, extremely quickly. And getting to all the UFOs with the slippery movement is damn near impossible. This is the worst special stage I've ever played so far, and why I let the game give me a bad ending. I just can't be bothered. Plus, getting the special stage is a chore even of itself. The stages are way too short, which make getting rings pretty obnoxious, and enemies up the wazoo taking all of your life savings doesn't help the case either. And when I say the stages are short, I averaged at around 1 to 1.5 minutes, with only 2 stages being a bit longer, but only because Metallic Madness is cryptic as hell. Oh yeah, almost forgot the bosses. They're not very good. Takes 4 hits, and most of them are down and out. Especially Tails, fly behind and boop, 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 and dead. The only bosses I found...
Special stages suck. Going to the past to take out the capsules suck. The bosses suck. The level design is not very interesting. Yeah, my opinions are basically spot on here.
Interesting were the boss with Metal Sonic and Stardust Speedway, and the boss in Quartz Quadrant with you having to grind the floor of Robotnik Station. That's very creative. But the others are just a bore, and a couple of them being, holy shit, why did they do this? And even the final boss is meh. Just, what is this even trying to accomplish? No, I will not try again, thank you. But I will say, the game really does look great. Like I said before, going through the time makes the scenery and music change and makes everything just pop up. And while Sonic and Tails are ripped out of Sonic 1 and 2 respectively, Sonic's animation has been updated, like twirling while launching from spring, the peel-out maneuver, and holy shit! Look at him, he's tiny! Oh my gosh, his Mesh and peel-out are so adorable! Ugh. So help me spring, my tiny little body will decimate everything in its path. The music is also pretty good. Palm Tree Panic is pretty catchy, the boss music is pretty solid, and Stardust Speedway is just awesome. Actually, nothing else really stands out. Sonic CD has a...
Blasphemy. Blasphemy. I was getting to you until then. I was wondering when I was I was I was agreeing with you for too long. No, the Japanese soundtrack is fantastic. I wonder if I was talking to... No, I can't have been talking about the US version.
Pretty generic soundtrack otherwise. A lot of stages kind of sound the same, and others just sound like other stages, like Collision Chaos sounding a lot like other circuits levels, or Tidal Tempest sounding like Aquatic Ruins sinking. And is Stephen Hawking doing the voice in Wacky Workbench, or is it just me?
Nope, I was talking about the Japanese soundtrack. Nope, I completely disagree with everything I am saying here. Holy fucking shit, I cannot with you. What is wrong with you? Everything about you is fucking... Ugh.
Despite not sounding out, it's still a great soundtrack. So that's all I can really say. And that's really it for Sonic CD. Head over to the next game, Knuckles Chaotix, a game that's essentially $200 if you don't own one of the 732X hidden around the world. This was a game I played a while back during my emulation phase, and I remember having a bit of fun with it. Though a keyboard isn't what I'd call the best controller, unless it's a first-person shooter like Team Fortress. And again, playing a game obviously made for a Genesis controller with anything else isn't exactly great. Well, at least Knuckles Chaotix only uses 3 buttons instead of the full 6. Thank Lord I'll never emulate a fighting game like this. Yeah, I'm getting uneasy at the thought. So, Knuckles Chaotix, as you may have expected, is a game about Knuckles...
Also, the music's a little loud here. Is anyone noticing that?
...and his friends, the Chaotix, which at this point weren't really seen as detectives, though more as residents of Angel Island. But for some, this isn't their first time. For Vector, he was going to be the sound test for Sonic 1 with other characters. Let's call them...
It's Spank the Monkey. I know Beat the Cock was the chicken. What was the bunny?
Spank the Monkey, Bleach the Hair, and Beat the Cock.
Bleach the hair? Okay, whatever. I guess that's something.
But since that never came to be, Vector was shelled with the other members. I don't know, maybe they burned into the furnace where forgotten Sonic characters were dropped into. Speaking of, Mighty the Armadillo. He debuted in the Japanese exclusive Sega Sonic arcade game.
Oh, I think I remember.
Yeah, it's an arcade game. It's too obscure for me. And this would also be his last appearance in any Sonic game. Going into the furnace, I imagine.
Did I seriously use the Wilhelm scream? I couldn't do anything else. Fuck you.
You newcomers are small in that case. Charmy Bee and SBO the Chameleon. There are 2 more technically, but I'll wait. Oh, I'll wait. The big mechanic here is the ring tether, meaning you're basically controlling 2 characters at once. You start with Knuckles finding Robotnik with a statue known as a Combi, whatever that means, that turns into SBO, and the tutorial starts there.
I have to think that might have been a that had. I have to think that it's like a shortening of combination, considering it's you combine 2 characters. Well, you're not really combining. You're more teaming up. You get me.
The C button is your jump. The B button is to hold your partner, which can be super useful. Not for switches like the tutorial, but for me, just gaining speed or when you can't get it onto a ledge. And the A button is to call your partner, losing 10 rings in the process. Never use this for the love of hell. You also choose your partner in the Komi Grabber in the...
Also, if you notice, you actually go negative rings. That is very interesting for... That is very interesting for a Sonic game.
Hub, and pick a randomized stage at the end of the hub. Other than that, it's your simple Sonic the Hedgehog platforming. You have capsules around, which have speed shoes, invincibility, the shield, and the super ring boxes. But the rest are completely unique to this game. Blue rings can make you lose 1 big ring that contains all of your rings when hit. Partner change will temporarily change your partner. Partner swap is where both characters will swap. And the grown streak capsules, which are self-explanatory. They also affect your weight too, which is another big part of the game. I don't know if it's really big, it's just something I've noticed. Lives are nowhere to be found, meaning rings are kind of useless. Okay, not exactly, because they are used for the special stages, which I'll say are the best stages I've played up to this point.
I have to agree with that, actually. I kind of forget about Knuckles Chaos special stages, but they're actually really fun, now that I think about it. Like, it's basically just a beta mania special stages. Which, very interesting.
You go around this platforming area to grab a certain amount of orbs, and if you fail, you just go to the course again for the remaining orbs you need. Your time limit is based on how many rings you have, which are carried from the stage you clear, which is really cool, and there are still rings around if you're running low or just want more time. You still need 50 rings at the end of the stage, but it isn't as hard as it was in the other games, for several reasons. For starters, there's a random ring a la Sonic.
Again, that's a little too that's a little too much of a pause. Like, cut a little bit.
3 that gives you an attempt to get extra rings. Top that with the blue ring box and the surprising underabundance of tough enemies, getting there isn't going to be a huge problem. Though the view will be blocked several times, which can lead to cheap hits or getting you into a pit. But I'd take this over any of the other stages any day. Also, what is Charmy doing here? It's not jumping, instead more like wiggling his ass at the player. I don't know if I should find this annoying or adorable. And damn, Vector is skinny as hell. Been building up protein for the next 10 years, haven't you? The reward at the end is a Chaos Ring, which there are a total of 6. All they really do, like Sonic CD, is give you the good ending, which really isn't all that great. But before I get to that, I should talk about the characters themselves. Each characters have 1 or 2 special abilities. Knuckles has the ability to glide and climb walls, Vector can dash in the air and climb walls, SBL can walk on walls and freaking ceilings, Mighty can wall jump or just spouse out uncontrollably against walls. I see why we haven't seen it in the last 20 years. And Charmy can dash through the air like a crazed maniac, aka the I don't give a shit anymore mode. But he's the only one that can't spin dash. Just look at him here, he's just wondering what he's done with his life at this point. Oh yeah, there are also 2 other characters that you can only get in the Komi Catcher in the hub as well. Heavy and Bomb, which are considered the biggest pains in the ass you'll ever experience. Heavy pretty much makes all your momentum go out of whack, making jumps and running kind of a pain. But I find Charmy just eliminates all those problems. Shotgun Watt for the B. But
okay, I could see that the borders wasn't really a border, is more of a I just cropped the gameplay, and I just wow, I'm terrible at editing, dude.
Nothing is worse than getting stuck with this asshole. Along with Heavy, Bomb doesn't have a spin dash, but when you build one up, he just jumps up and cancels that son of a bitch. Plus, when he gets hit, He causes an explosion, and more than likely, you'll lose all of your rings in the collision. Never pick Bomb for the love of hell. Eggman and Metal Sonic return as the villains, and their boss fights are alright. You have a nice small cutscene before each one, and most of them are just giant robots most of the time. Except the final boss. When you finish every stage, you fight Metal Sonic in the stage selection room, and it's pretty unique and very fun. And after you beat him, you get to fight the giant red Metal Sonic. And honestly, it's pretty easy. But you'll eventually beat it and hear the great credits and music. Holy shit.
Yeah, holy shit is right. I love the bad ending in Knuckles Chaotix. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's just so fucking out there that I can't help but love it.
Maybe this was Crisis City from Generations. We can now say 2006 is erased from canon. Okay, jokes about the hellish setting aside. Presentation-wise...
That's a very weird thing to say, but, you know.
Yeah, it's not as ambitious as Sonic CD, but the game is still pretty gorgeous. It really helps that the extra 16 bits for the 32X make the game pop. Like your partner going towards the screen or the special stages with incredible depth perception. Mostly. And damn, the music is just phenomenal. I love Photonic Bass and Amazing Arena. Oh, holy shit, is Marina Madness just beautiful.
Marina Madness is
says its charm as well.
absolutely amazing.
Agrees. Hit it, buddy.
I made this as a tiny little skin. It's still up on the Stream Archive channel, but I don't know. I thought I found this a lot more fun. There's only one comment in that isolated video, and it just says clickbait, and I can kind of see why. It's kind of a whatever.
It really does feel like
I really thought that was so funny. I mean, it's cute, but I wouldn't.
The game was trying to be as flashy and smooth as possible. And damn is it flashy and smooth. Again, with the added technology on the 32X, it was certainly ahead of the crowd. Before Sony would make their 32-bit console the year after, and Nintendo 64 obviously beating both in the...
Actually, counterpoint, the PlayStation came out the same year, actually. Knuckles Chaotix was 95, and actually, now that I say that, let's do some looking. Knuckles Chaotix. That came out in April of 95. What about the PlayStation? Not what I wanted. I want the original play. Oh, I was completely off, actually. That came out in 94. So I was 1000% wrong. Knuckles Chaotix came out 5 months after. Wow, I was dumb.
competition with the 64 bits 2 years later. With the help of the Sega Saturn. Like, what was the point? They could have had the game on the Saturn as well. But it's just on the add-on that hasn't seen many sales. And really, I like Knuckles Chaotix. And I really wish they ported it to the Saturn like a good chunk of other 32X and CD games. But at least emulation exists to keep the games preserved, but Genesis games on anything other than a Genesis controller, it's just not natural. But seriously, one of these days, games like Knuckles Chaotix need, and I repeat, need to be re-released on newer consoles and services like the eShop or Steam. I hear great things about the Japanese-only Shadowrun and Potful Mail, and honestly, Knuckles Chaotix is the only game I can think of that should be released from the 32X. But maybe there are other games that deserve a similar treatment. I know at this point I'm just rambling about the 32X and CD doing pretty poorly and should have their exclusives be on other systems. Sonic CD had the right idea, why not everything else? Maybe one day Sega will announce an entire collection of games from said add-ons, and we'll have their fun in the sun on PC and other consoles. A mega collection of Sega CD and 32X games. That'd be some shit.
Okay, first off, your editing is absolutely terrible as always. But also wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind like a giant Sega CD compilation, but that would be a rights nightmare. Similar with the 30. There's actually not a lot of 32X games I can really think about that are really worth releasing. Now that I think about it.
But hey, it's not out of the question. Remakes and re-releases have been a big thing as of late, so I wouldn't rule out the possibility, as far-fetched as it may be. But Sonic CD and Knuckles Chaotix, I'd give both games a fair shot. I'm sure most Sonic fans have experienced the former at one point because of the inclusion on Steam and mobile devices. But don't let this one slip out of your mind. The only way to play it is through the use of emulation for the time being, unless you really hate your wallet. But I believe it's worth the time, if not for a few minutes of your day. And with that, I'm done.
I like this game so much that when last time I'm gonna mention him, when Some Call Me Johnny, did the reveal at Too Many Games 2017, literally a couple of months after this came out, I met the guy, great dude by the way, and I complained. Not really complain, but I talked about how it was very interesting how he didn't like the game, but I absolutely adored it. And I was talking about trying to doing a poor job at marketing my channel and all that. It's like telling him that I did a video on this in CD like a couple of months ago, and it's very interesting how you didn't like the game, and I did. It's like that meant anything. And that's a very interesting thing that I will always think about until the day I die, because that is so fucking embarrassing. But you know what? That video was not terrible. Not terrible in the slightest. So I'm going for about 10 minutes. I'm going to stretch a little bit, and then after that we're going to talk about Crash Bandicoot. Going to talk about the first time I actually played the original trilogy, because the Insane trilogy was coming out, and I wanted to play the games for the first time. But until then, I'm going to have a little bit of stretching. I'll get some music up for you guys in the meantime. All right, time for Crash Bandicoot or Cash Banuka or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So this is the first. So this is the first time I actually played. Well, not this is not the first time I played the original Crash Bandicoot. I did play the first couple of levels and I kind of stopped because I wasn't really having a lot of fun. But two and warped, those were completely blind. But let's get into it.
Ah, the good old PlayStation. A childhood classic of mine. I remember playing games like Spyro the Dragon, Gex, Final Fantasy, Midway Collection Volume 2, and Xenogears. Anyone remember Xenogears? No? Oh well.
Xenogears, I remember you so. Also, can you tell that I was using the? Oh, look at that! Look at that little look at this little thing of a bob. That upscaler was fucking shit.
Ah, but I can't forget that lovely boot up screen. But there was one game that's
At one point, I did. so one so one time we were talking about boom up screens like years ago, like almost a decade ago, and a friend of mine at the time was talking about the PlayStation boot up screen, and I told him I don't remember that at all, and he was absolutely flabbergasted because it's an absolute iconic sound, but fuck me, I guess I was dumb.
surprisingly escaped me for the longest time. The first time I ever got introduced to Crash Bandicoot was in Crash Twinsanity on the PlayStation 2 in the late 2000s, which I thought was interesting, but that soundtrack. And a couple of years ago, I did play the original game on an emulator.
I have to wonder if that cut was actually something I made on the actual on the YouTube using the YouTube thing because I definitely had I definitely had that, but maybe that's what the cuts were in hindsight. Maybe I had to do some uh, maybe I had to do some like manual editing because of the copyright claims. Though I wasn't making any money off of it. Why would I care? Maybe I cared enough.
Found myself pretty much.
Also, I noticed that the live counter was a little glitchy, and I noticed that. First off, that is definitely that is definitely doubled, and second off, I noticed that we're back to stretching the video. Though I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that is the upscaler's fault and not with my editing. And you know what? With that said, I might actually retract my. Well, actually, I'm going to change my criticism because the stretching, I'm pretty sure that was the upscaler's fault. However, I could have edited it to go back to 4:3. But I guess that wasn't something I was going to do.
Nah about it. It wasn't a bad experience, but I didn't feel like wanting to play anymore. My reasoning for this will be given in due time, but before I start, let me just say this shouldn't have took me as long as it should have. I spent a month on footage alone. The only reason was, no pun intended, the game kept crashing and crashing and crashing. There were also a few strange bugs that kept me from proceeding, like this instance where it just soft locked for no reason. I can pause and show the hub menu, but I'm stuck here regardless. I know this is not what the game does regularly, and I know my PlayStation isn't to blame. And it ran games like Crash Team Racing perfectly fine when I played them a while back, so what's the deal? Despite the issue, I did beat the game.
That disc was absolutely mangled to all hell, and I'm saying that for Crash 2 as well because God, both of those discs don't don't get discs off GameStop. I've gotten discs from eBay that were less, that were less gross. It's like holy shit.
And I still had fun with it, for the most part. I'll get to that later. But because of the inconvenience, I shall call him Crashing Bandicoot.
Wow, how original!
Anyway, the game...
Holy shit! A credit first off. And yeah, that is not a. At least I was aware that it wasn't funny. Like, whatever.
The beginning cutscene has to be accessed by being idle for a few seconds, so let's just wait a bit. Wow, Crashing is a paranoid motherfucker. Looks like he's hiding from the cops and doesn't want anyone to see his coke stash. Well, actually, the game is actually kind of similar. Dr. Neocortex was in the middle of creating an army of mutated animals to make an army to take over the world, take revenge on the people who bullied him. Man, that's pretty extreme. His next experiment, Crashing, however...
Hey. We stand a petty king right here.
rejected the brainwashing and escaped. But Cortex has still kept his girlfriend hostage and threatens to turn her into a slave. So, Crashing has to save her and defeat Cortex. Story's done. Presentation. Damn, this game is pretty good looking for early PlayStation. Enemy variations are pretty good, though the game starts reusing them halfway through. There are some unique ones at the end of the game, but they're not really all that interesting. The music is a bit atmospheric for the most part, like a lot of the jungle levels, cave levels, and those hellish bridge levels. But Hog Wild, Heavy Machinery, and of course the theme song are really good. Oh, and the funky music that plays whenever you get 3 Aku Aku masks is really freaking catchy. Speaking of levels, they are pretty
What's with the screen shake? Like that was completely unnecessary.
good looking, and there are many types as well. I love the look of Sunset Vista, just look at it. Wow, that's actually not a whole lot to say about the presentation and story. Well, I guess it's time to get to the gameplay. And here's where things are going to get a little critical. So, Crashing Bandicoot.
Really, a critical lens of a review? Never heard of such a thing.
Has really fast acceleration, like really fast, and his jumps are a bit heavy. Maybe a bit too heavy. He drops like a rock. I swear to Aku Aku. Oh, I'll get to him in a bit. Crashing also has 2 signature moves. Jumping and...
That was a weird non-segue. Not gonna...
Jumping isn't exactly the most useful tactic. I've only used this on jump boxes and these turtle enemies to get to high up boxes. Spinning is pretty much the most useful tactic and can break multiple boxes, defeat most enemies, and is much more accurate than the jump. Though there are certain enemies that can only be taken down by either tactic. Though the enemies that require the jump kinda piss me off. The only normal enemy that requires it is this asshole, and I swear they have the worst enemy placement. Bullshit! Though they also require a spin to knock out, so it feels unnecessary. The other enemies that require it are half of the bosses, which altogether are unimpressive. Papu Papu and Ripperoo do require the jump, but honestly I got stuck with Papu Papu because I forgot the jumps do any damage. And Ripperoo is just Ripperoo, that's all I can really say. Koala Kong is a standard dodge and attack boss, Pinstripe is just pathetic, and Nacho Brio is just bullshit. Remember when I said jumps aren't used very much outside of certain instances? This is the worst case of awkward design. He throws these potions that turn into slime balls, and I kept thinking you had to spin them into an Brio. Makes sense, right? Well, you have to jump on them, which isn't very obvious, and somehow damage him. That makes sense. And then as...
I'll give Insane Trilogy one thing. I'm glad they gave that a little more context. Like the slimes actually spit out like the ooze into Nitrous Brio. So that's something. Other than that, like I was going to actually talk about the Insane Trilogy like after this, and I never gotten around to it. And I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I actually kinda don't like the Insane Trilogy for a lot of reasons. That's something to really talk about in the distant future. I don't really have any plans to really talk about the Crash series anytime soon, honestly.
At a certain point, he'll get buffed and debris will fall from the ceiling, and I thought, get on him and spin attack. but I kept dying and dying and dying. Apparently, even though spinning would have been more effective, you had to jump on his head. Why? And the Neocortex fight is my favorite fight, but I have to say I only liked it. Yeah, I only liked it. Enemies and bosses aren't the only threats, however. Fire geysers, roll.
You know, a lot of complaining about the jump, and I'm not gonna say I'm completely wrong in that because the jump itself is very uninteresting and very underutilized. So I can't really blame myself for not thinking about it. But at the same time, it's like the jump is there. At the very least, experiment a little bit and see if that works out.
Boulders and TNT boxes are all around to take Crashing Bandicoot out, along with a ton of bombless pits that will instantly lose one of your lives. Aku Aku can help you survive these hazards, excluding the pits, and guarantee safety for most of the level. You can get them through specially marked boxes, or if you've died enough times. Speaking of boxes, they are everywhere and will contain many goodies. Wampa Fruit, which are the game's coins and net you an extra life when you get 100, along with extra lives. Aku Aku, as mentioned before, and special tokens of Tana, Embryo, and Neocortex. Let me stay on track first. Of course the goodies are very nice. However, if you break every single box in the level, you are netted a gem or a key. I think you get a key, I never got one. There are 27 gems in total and 2 keys. Well, that shouldn't be a problem, just make sure you break every box. Unfortunately, that's easier said than done. First off, most levels will not let you get every box in your first try. These levels will require color gems, which you can get later. And the means of getting these gems are still a pain in the ass. Which brings me to my next point. Whenever you die, every box will respawn, which you'd think you'd have to backtrack, break the boxes, and think that's pretty stupid. Especially with this stupid camera that doesn't frickin' move. Hate to break it to you, but it gets a lot worse. Even if you break every box, you can't afford to die because the results screen won't even appear if you die at a level, meaning no gem. So if you want the precious gem, one death equals restarting the level, whether you like it or not. And the best thing about it, death is everywhere in Crashing Bandicoot. Mainly...
I'm really going all out with that Crashing Bandicoot, aren't I? So I'm actually really enjoying this one so far. My only problem is that I'm really going through, like some call me John. I know I said I would stop talking about it, but this is actually very important. My love for Some Call Me Johnny kind of damaged my perception of like critique because a lot of my critiques here are very similar to his reviews because I'm 99% certain that I watched his Crash Bandicoot videos before making these ones because a lot of the points I'm making are almost dead ringers, almost with the same cadence too. It's like it's very interesting how much influence I got from the guy. And I know one set of videos that definitely applies to, but that's definitely not for tonight.
Pits. Lots and lots and lots of pits. But let's assume.
Invest in a fucking pop filter, for God's sake.
Just assume. You get through the course, no problem, get to the gem, and progress through the game. Your gem progress will be recorded if you have the save file on hand. And this is the old PlayStation era of memory cards, so that's fun enough. But the level itself will not be saved. Remember those lovely tokens I briefly mentioned? Well, each of them have 3 tokens in certain stages. The Embryo and Cortex levels are standard live grinding bonuses, but Tana is special. When you get all of her tokens, you'll be taken to the bonus stage, and when you get to her at the end, she will let you save that particular stage. Yes, in order to save your progress, you need to collect her tokens and get to the end of the bonus stage without falling. These stages are also 2D areas, but in Crashing's case, that's a downfall, because the Z-axis is still present, meaning you could just go off the stage just by pressing.
Okay, that's a different perspective. I'll give him that. He didn't completely copy my inspirations, just mostly.
D-pad, and it can be a very picky little D-pad. which I guess is a good idea that the analog wasn't implemented, but you could still screw these up. This
Okay, that one was your fault.
goes for every 2D level as well. I love the look of gimmicks like Sunset Vista and Heavy Machinery, but the lack of boundaries have killed me a lot. Just from a slip or a tap of the up or down buttons. Oh, and this is also applied to the final boss too. Why the hell is this a thing? Why can I jump off the blimp? That is stupid. Though I will give
Also, a little bit of clipping into Neocortex right there. Very interesting, very interesting. Just wanted to point that one out.
a compliment on the D-pad. Yeah, the analog stick would have worked wonders with this game, but I actually didn't mind them. In fact, I barely noticed that I was using the D-pad. It just seemed like a small difference to me. It also helps that the levels are like hallways, so that helps out a little bit too. But there are a lot of small platforms for my liking. In fact, in Upstream, there's a checkpoint that you need to break on this platform, but it is stupidly easy to just bounce off and fall into the water. Great level design here, truly.
Okay, a little more original. Oh, points. I'm gonna give it that. I'm gonna give it that.
In fact, collision in the entire game is kind of wonky in general. The physics and most hitboxes are a little on the lacking side for a lack of words. Again, with the water levels, it is super easy to fall and die. Good frickin' lord. And there are a lot of times where timing is a very bad issue. Take this portion here. There's a fire geyser in front of me, but there are also bats flying above. Their timing is completely random. In one sitting, you'd have plenty of time to avoid the fire and the bats. However, there are certain times where the bats are going to fly right before the fire geyser spouts out. And right after the fire stops, the bats are going to fly again, meaning there is no way of going past without either getting hit or dying. It's dumb.
There's a little bit of a. I get the critique, and I'm not gonna say I'm completely wrong in there. But I will say you can spin into the bats. That's one way. There are other. There are better examples in Crash Bandicoot. I would say that problem is definitely accentuated, but for that little example, I don't think that's a great example in and of itself.
Okay, yeah, I did have fun with Crash Bandicoot. But the bugs, crashing, bullshit level design, and that completionist journey just hold me from calling it a good game. I hope all the problems are fixed in the Insane trilogy, because holy shit, I may never play this game again. This was a complete train wreck.
Whew.
If you haven't played the game yet and are still interested, I just wait until the trilogy comes out at the end of the month. Sure, Crash Bandicoot wasn't a success for me, but that only makes the other games seem interesting. I wonder what I'll get out of it. Next time, Crash 2 is on the agenda, and hopefully, it doesn't take me a whole month to make. I hope you have a one.
It took a whole month to make. All of these videos actually took a month for me to make because, one, I had a job, so can't really put a lot of my free time into all of that, and also I had a life. I didn't want to just make videos all day. It's just one of those things where you want to do other things with your life. With that said, Crash Bandicoot 2. Oh, fuck off. I paused myself because I thought I was going to show the actual title screen. It's like, dude, you guys said Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back. Come on, have a little fun. Also, that was a little different. Like, you didn't have the box art coming over here and then the review text going over here. That's different.
So this heavy little mess got very successful, making a whopping $7 million. So a sequel was inevitable, and over a year later, Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back was released. Now, I wasn't very fond of the original, and I can't say it's aged well. At all. So this could have gone one of two ways. Either it wasn't going to get any better with only some things changed, or the game would be expanded to a point where I would thoroughly enjoy it. And when you know it, holy shit, look at Crash, he looks so expressive, so clean, so realistically smooth, look at the scenery, oh my gosh, he's so smooth to play as, it's so amazing! And that was just the start. But let's talk plot.
A little clumsy, but I got the point across, so I will leave it.
Neocortex is blasted away from the explosion in the last gang, making the completion ending pointless, and lands in a cave where he finds...
Of course.
1 year later, he and his new assistant, N-Jin, oh my gosh, his name is N-Jin. We had N-Brio. I wonder how many villains we can have with just N puns in the entire series. Oh. Well, that's kind of disappointing. What in the fresh hell is...
The joke would have worked a lot better if it was a little more fast paced. Like, yeah, wow, N-Jin, N-Brio, how many other N names are we gonna... Oh, okay, any more? Oh, holy fucking shit, what the hell is that thing? You know, something like that. You know, have a little... just make it a little more fast paced is what I'm saying.
Anyway, they discuss how they must gather the other crystals without any other...
Also, holy fucking different cut thing Batman. Holy fuck. That, you could definitely tell that was a completely... you could tell that was a completely different take right there.
Allies they have with them. And apparently, Cortex has a great idea to ask an old enemy. Meanwhile, Crash is taking a nap with his sister Coco, where she asks Crash to get a new battery for her. And Crash is instantly teleported to a strange room where Cortex asks Crash to help him gather the crystals to save the world. Seriously, what makes him think he's actually going to go along with... Oh. Alright. Crash is an idiot. Well, I'm not, so I'm just going to collect the gems instead. Man, these are actually really fun. No death restrictions, better bonuses, actual checkpoints that save your progress. This is really nice compared to Crash 1. Alright, got the gem. Here's a nice little bit. Pretty neat.
Okay, this one I took straight from Catacrys. That was so original.
Oh, no, Crash. I said bring me the crystals.
Well, screw you, Cortex. Off the snow go. Ah, yes, another awesome level. Pretty gorgeous, too. Ever mentioned that I like snow levels? No, seriously, they're pretty cool. Wait, that wasn't... Okay, next gem we got. Do a little dance, and...
No, Crash. To save the world, I need crystals.
Motherfucker, does it look like I want to listen to you? These look a lot better than your smelly-ass crystals. Buzz off. Anyway, up to Hang 8s. Hey, a little boarding level, and holy shit, this music. Actually, the music for this game is actually really solid. Turtle Woods and Snow Go also had some pretty awesome music. Definitely a step up from the original. Oh, okay, I didn't get a gem that time. Maybe I need to do something for that. There was a blue spot for Turtle Woods. Maybe I'll go back with...
Look above the doorways. Above each, there is a big crystal-shaped slot.
Thank you. I don't really believe you.
You know what? That got me. That is how you do visual text. That is how you use text for a visual gag. That's incredible.
You would think goodness shut up. Anyway, got the blue gem by not destroying any of the boxes, which was kind of cryptic, but either way, went back to Hang 8, got on the blue gem platform, got the gem, got the other gems in the other levels, and... Oh. I actually need the crystals to progress. Mother...
Okay, I may have took the joke from Catacrys, but I definitely made it my own thing. That is how you do it. That's how you take your inspirations. That's how you use your inspirations in the best way possible. That is great. I'll give you that. I did something really funny there.
You were helping Cortex gather crystals.
Actually, no, Embryo, I was just gathering the gems. And then this asshole was pretty much forcing me to do his bidding. I miss it, I tell you, just look at me. How can you not believe this face? You can't. And a story. But he tells us that if we really want to save the world, we need to gather the gems instead of the crystals. But we'll be stuck here if we don't collect the crystals. So I have to collect both in order to save the world. Well, shit. But at least the crystals aren't hard to collect at all, and the gems are actually fun to get, like I said before. But I will say the color gems are a bit cryptic, and I mean, we have guides, but I wonder how people from the 90s really thought on how to get these gems. You want to know how you get this red gem? You go to Air Crash, jump on these boxes to get to this oddly placed platform, which will teleport you.
I mean, by process of elimination, like if you use a little bit of critical thinking, you would actually figure that out really quickly. So no, that's just on you for being a fucking idiot.
To a secret room where you can get the gem. Actually, that's not too cryptic, since if you have the eye for that kind of thing, you can easily figure it out.
Okay, there you go. That one's a little more cryptic than the platform. Like, come on. Consistency. You're doing better than the first. You're doing better than the. You're doing better here than with the Sonic reviews. Just do this.
Like, getting the blue gem was pretty easy because of this oddly placed bounce box. Though really, that one was still kind of cryptic. Every level has either one or two total gems. And of course, each level has a box gem that requires you to break every box in the level. And since dying isn't an issue, it's certainly a better and more fun experience. Some levels won't be available for you to grab since certain areas do require color gems and some require these warps like I stated earlier. However, some have a second gem which can be one of the 5 color gems that involve time trials, which are admittedly pretty fun. And some involve these skull-like platforms that require you to not die until a certain checkpoint to appear called death roots. Named appropriately because not only do you need to not die to get to them, but you'll be dying so many times in these routes. Some of those are really obnoxious about deaths in boxes though, and they involve this new character called Polar. Get it? Because he's a polar bear? Doesn't get it? Oh, sweet mother of hell. I get it. No more dumb jokes. Just go away. Go away. But seriously, if you loved Hog Wild, you'll love these levels. Oh, son of a bitch. Not again. Crash. He's just a young polar bear. Have you seen the grown-ups? They're freaking horrifying. Alright, enough of the jokes. Like Hog Wild, the gimmick is getting the boxes in a... What?
First off, I didn't talk about how he looked. He had the fucking bedroom eyes with the wild hog. So the joke with the polar bears doesn't really hit as hard. With that said, I'm actually impressed with the jokes in this one. It's like they are a little more on the basic side for what I usually do, but I'm actually very impressed with these.
Obstacles in an automated running level, but it's all ice. Getting boxes while on the ice is a nightmare, and seeing TNT and nitro boxes scattered will be the end of you in no time. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. There are several types of boxes here. You have the standard boxes, bounce boxes, Aku Aku boxes, steel boxes, invisible boxes, and TNT boxes from the first game. But there are also graded crates that require this new belly flop move, which is oddly satisfying for another stray from the topic. And the newly created Nitro boxes, which are a one-hit damage dealing box and also like to appear in groups. Jeez. In order to destroy them without getting bandages on them, but there is a detonation switch in the level which destroys every Nitro box. And again, it's oddly satisfying when that happens. Wonderful. Now, other than that, nothing has changed other than animations, but there are a couple of new techniques. Now, I talked about the belly flop, which, like I said, is oddly satisfying no matter how dumb it looks. But the other move Crash has at his disposal is the slide, which is super versatile even in itself. You can go onto these platforms with a crawl by crouching, which are other techniques that are introduced in this game, but you can slide to just get through it in a snap. You can also jump after the slide for more distance, but I also discovered the so-called glitch long jump by sliding and simultaneously hitting the jump and spin, which is a technique that I used to skip Road to Ruin's secret warp. There are more enemies, and they are more varied.
Very interesting. I wonder when I wonder if I actually did discover that on my own, or if I discovered that from someone else. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's like if you learned it, you use it.
Crash 1, to be fair, but they aren't too much more interesting. Though to give credit, many have certain ways to be attacked on like the floor, like these lizard enemies that require to slide, and these robots that alternate their weak points from either a jump or a slide. But the spin is all I really need for most of them, or the invincibility if given the opportunity. And while the level design hasn't changed much, including the pretty archaic 2D sections, the game does support the DualShock controller and lets your movements become a bit smoother. Great for 3D hallway levels and polar levels. And for the 2D sections, you can still go back to...
I would still argue that the D-pad is a little more accurate. But like, if you want to use the D-pad, go. If you want to use the control stick, go right ahead.
the D-pad for better precision. And they did limit the pits with some invisible walls, so that's always nice. And there are also new level types, like the aforementioned polar levels, and also the ruin levels with these statues and the most blatant of Donkey Kong ripoffs. And Firefly levels, which aren't as prevalent, but are very interesting and does require fast yet careful play. But the second secret level can screw off with those stupid graded crates at the end. Even though I got through it with little issue, I'll never get why I did. And the last note are
I'll never get how I did it. Not
the
whatever.
jetpack stages, which everyone says are the worst of Crash 2, but I have to say that no, not really. Yeah, they're a bit stiff, but they're just fine, honestly.
I'd still say they are the weakest part of Crash 2, but I'll still agree that they're not that bad.
I kind of like them. Well, I guess there are also these, I think they're called mountain stages? Nothing to say other than screw these jerks. The random box attacks are obnoxious, and the fact that they only need a belly flop to kill just sucks. And before I forget, the bosses are much better than Crash 1. Wait, Ripperoo? Why does he have a mustache? And a ponytail? And a book? Never really saw him much of a reader. Oh, there you go, much better. But yeah, every boss is pretty fun. Ripperoo is simple yet dangerous if you're too careless. Same with Tiny Tiger. Actually, no, he's kind of a joke. Komodo Brothers are a little mindless, admittedly, but still not too much of a pushover. Engine is a fun one where you can throw Wampa Fruit at his exposed rocket launchers. Which now that I'm thinking about it, if fruit is your biggest weakness, I'm pretty sure that's a pretty bad thing. Might want to step your game up for the next game, Engine.
Master Cortex will be very displeased with your insistence.
And Cortex,
I'll do a little bit of pausing just to kind of see if I can get any thoughts out. Now, my opinions on the bosses are actually more or less the same. They're just they're fine, better than the first game.
actually this fight kind of sucks. It's not really much of a fight, you're just chasing him and hitting him before the goal. And the obstacles aren't even obstacles, just spin at them and voila, you're fine. But all in all, we got every gem, so let's...
Crash, what do you suppose happened to Cortex? And what about the Cortex Vortex? It's still up there.
Very interesting. Oh, so you want to, like, talk now? Just leave it up?
Okay, no, bullshit. I got every gem. Why don't I get an alternate...
You acquired all of the gems. Incredible. Crystals are not the only means of harnessing planetary energy. The gems have that ability as well. And with them, I can destroy Cortex Vortex forever.
Oh. Okay, that's kind of unnecessary, but I don't care. Blasting time.
Okay, you could have cut that down, first off. I don't think that was actually all that funny. Like, I complimented a lot of the jokes being pretty decent here, but, No, the ending is kind of just falls off a cliff.
You know, I'm actually glad I got everything. It was really fun, and now I have it on my save file for me to look back years and years later. Ah, shit. Now, well, I'll get to it later. But yeah, Crash Bandicoot 2 was certainly a milestone improvement over Crash Bandicoot. With all the stuff that didn't work and fine-tuning the rest, it makes for not only a solid game on the PlayStation, but a solid game even for today. When this gets uploaded, the Insane Trilogy will already be out, but I still think this game will be played even to this day. Hell, I'd see myself going back to it. And with that said, all we have left is Crash Bandicoot Warped. So until then, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll play with you guys next time.
I was gonna say, other than this is well, also a bit sad, but really, well, fuck you too. Yeah, that was really good. That might actually be the first like really good video that I made. Like the Crash Bandicoot one wasn't too bad, but honestly, that one was really solid. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, very interesting. I gotta remember, like, gotta make some notes for later. I'll do that. I'll do that after this. You could say that they're a little warped. Whatever. Oh, there you go.
A Universal Interactive Studio production. Okay. Created and developed by Naughty Dog.
For some reason, I thought I was going to do a switcheroo and talk about Crash Team Racing, because the beginning of that game is almost 1-to-1 Crash Warped. I kind of forgot that Crash Warped did the same thing. Oh, that's cute. That's cute timing.
With the Insane Trilogy out, I would think finishing the trilogy of reviews would be a waste of resources. Bite the bullet and go for the Insane Trilogy version of Warped. But this is the first game in the series that I purchased along with Crash Team Racing, so I didn't want to go anywhere other than the classic. And really, if I do get to the remakes later down the road, I feel like I have to play this game to see how it improves. Why do I have the case for this game but not the other two games? I am never getting game discs from GameStop anymore.
And I hate to say that I didn't really learn my lesson, because I actually did get a few games from GameStop a little bit ago. But I at the very least knew that they were in the case, except for one game that was in a generic case. Like, Jesus Christ, I need to learn to just go to eBay or something like that. It's not worth it.
But let me tell you, I don't know how or why these Crash videos get more time consuming, and why they're still pretty short. But allow me to risk it being shorter by saying, it's exactly like Crash 2, but way better. Seriously, when it comes to
it is shorter
brass
than
tacks,
Crash 2,
everything
okay.
from 2 is present here. Every box type returns, with some levels having the new iron checkpoint, or this randomizer box, which turns into an iron block after enough time passes. Death to the person who thought that was a good idea. The gems and color gems return, as do the color gem paths as well as the death roots. The music is still the same caliber to Crash 2, and the graphics are just as impressive, though the amount of idle and death animations are expanded, making dying and standing still really fun to experience. Unless it takes too much time to finish. I am looking at you, Gone Tomorrow. But the plot. What about the story here? It's not too good, to be honest. The events of Crash
Is
1
it not?
happen right after the ending of Crash 2, with Cortex crashing into a shrine of Uka Uka, Aku Aku's evil twin brother, who apparently has been in charge of Cortex's evil plots for the entire time. What? Uka Uka is furious at Cortex for failing time and time again, but he forgives him and resorts to time travel to gather the crystals and gems scattered across time. How the hell does that make sense? You have unspeakable evil power, knock everyone out and take the damn things. How difficult is that? I know I'm thinking too much on a game meant for a general consumer base, but the amount of cliches and tropes here bother the ever-living shit out of me. And the fact that this guy...
Shut up. Like, we were doing so well, and we're complaining about the... First off, the cliches are not that bad. They're hardly cliches at the end of the day. Like, sure, Cortex was being led by a mysterious evil. Who cares? It's not much of a retcon. Time travel, I have my problems with it, but it's not really something I really care all too much. Them just taking out the heroes and taking all the crystals and gems, sure, that's a possibility, but like, I don't know. I feel like I'm, again, one of those things where I'm just complaining for the sake of complaining.
was behind everything makes no sense to me. They say Cortex found him in the shrine he was banished in, but how did he find it? How did he enter? And how did this asshole not escape?
Okay, first off, the fucking... Did you not... Actually, do I say it?
In fact, it shows that here that he has escaped from his prison, so why doesn't he do something about it? Why doesn't he just take care of Crash Bandicoot and Aku Aku? It doesn't make any sense to me. The lore just doesn't want to be consistent.
Oh, you want to talk about consistency? Fuck all the way off. Fuck all the way off. You talk about... You say a lot of inconsistent shit throughout all of this. And, like, at the very least, the retcon can make sense if you, at the very least, go along with it. Just go along with it. Have a little bit of fun. It's not a deep plot. You can't really get enraged about it. Like, stop being a little bitch. And second off, I don't mind Uka Uka. I think Uka Uka is a very interesting... Excuse me, what? He's a very interesting villain, as well as Entropy. I think Entropy is very, very cool as well. I have a feeling that I'm going to complain about him too. But, like, Cortex accidentally releasing him from his prison. Like, come on. That's just... I don't get the complaints here. I cannot understand the complaints here.
And this is more of a me problem here, but I really do not like Uka Uka. He is such a cut-out, one-dimensional villain with one generic goal of slaving humanity. And that'd be bad enough, but the fact that Uka Uka is a thing, a character with the same amount of power, and for being meta enough, can increase the power and become invisible with 3 of the damn things, as Uka Uka, so the thread is pretty much lost from there. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel. Though the other new character, Entropy, is pretty cool. I'll give him that.
Okay, I actually don't mind Entropy here. Okay. Just because the villain is one note does not make him bad. For something like this, you don't really need that much of a complicated villain, you know? I don't know. I think the idea of the evil twin brother makes sense for someone like Aku Aku. We'd have a different conversation when we were talking about Crash Bash or something like that, when it's just a bunch of squabbling, but like the rivalry makes sense. It makes the final boss at least very interesting.
So the game, with all that said, revolves around time trial, which is a double-edged sword for me. It leaves a lot of
I mean, both can be true. Like time travel in a I completely forgot what the full screen. Time travel in a narrative sense, time travel in a gameplay sense. Ain't that fun?
Variety for levels and gameplay, I guess, but the story never goes well, and while it's not as bad as other games and other media for that matter, it still doesn't make a whole lot of sense why they have to go back in time. But, oh well, it's not the worst thing out there, and I'll give it this. It's more impressive than Crash 2, where Cortex thinks he could get away with trying to fool Crash into helping him. That was just dumb. Going back to the levels, though.
Well, it is dumb. That's Crash Bandicoot. It's a dumb premise. That's all it's ever been, and that's fine. That's fine. The idea that Cortex can get away with thinking that Crash is dumb enough to believe him, because he is, and we can get away with an evil being that also has a tie to Cortex, Aku Aku, on all that. That's not a problem. That isn't a problem. You're just complaining for the sake of complaining. Be better.
They are really so much fun to go through. The level design is just...
Speaking of being better, I actually remember me complaining about Birdo being like a feminine character in Mario All Stars. I actually didn't make that. I actually didn't make a joke about that. Okay, you know what? I was thinking about that. I actually do.
Most of them being Birdo, a gender-confused dinosaur that spits out eggs. A gender-confused dinosaur that spits out eggs.
A gender-confused dinosaur that's...
I guess my memory is... Huh. Continue.
Just as great as Crash 2, a bit of trial and error with a few tense platforming sections. But the variety is a lot greater. The Great Wall, the Egyptian Pyramids, the Jurassic Jungles, World War airplane fights, and motorcycle races in the mid-1900s. No. I'll get to these in a moment. The bosses were also a big step from the last two games. I don't think I really had much of a problem with it, and I didn't get bored in the slightest. Every fight was tense, required a lot of movement and patience, and a big part of the boss's charm is the fact that they torment you between levels and before their respective fights. This included probably my favorite fight and boss character in the series, Dingodile. He was tricky to dodge, and you wait for the crystals to get destroyed before hitting him. And after you do hit him, he would self-destruct and kill you if you didn't escape afterward. And you could also use the glitch spin jump to skip a majority of fight, though it's kind of tricky to leave after that, so there's a lot of risk involved. Also, he's an Aussie. Instant bonus points.
You thrashed me, mate. No worries. But you'll soon be up against much worse.
Oh my gosh, I really love him.
Still do. I was so giddy when I learned that he was going to be in Crash Bandicoot 4, and I was not disappointed. I was really not. And the bit about the Aussie is a little weird, though. It's a little weird comment, but I'll let it slide.
The final fight was also really good. Definitely a better fight than the last game. Definitely better than the last game. Just involves dodging the ancient mask, spinning at Cortex into an endless hole, and if you have all the gems after the fight, you can actually see Cortex and Entropy as babies tugging a distressed Uka Uka. I love how he doesn't do anything about this, you evil mask. You. Also, I feel really bad for the mothers who had to see their children with phaser hair. I now see where the bullying came from for Cortex.
Man, I really was such a brat.
The gameplay, like I said, isn't very different from the second game, but there is one small difference, and I really mean small, more like a nitpick if anything. Crash has actual momentum, and this isn't much of a problem unless you're trying to break boxes by jumping. Seriously, getting Wumpa Fruit from bounce boxes is a pain in the ass. Just look at this. But other than that, it's all here. Crawling, spinning, jumping, sliding, and belly flopping. And monkey bar climbing is also back from Crash 2.
Someone forgot to put a piece of footage there.
The only reason why I skipped this in Crash 2 was the reason that there wasn't really a whole lot. In fact, it was only present in one stage. But I will say you can also crouch on these, making the secret in the Crash 2 level a bit less of a headache. But I digress. But after beating the bosses, you can also get power-ups, like a better belly flop? Oh. But you also get a double jump, a death tornado spin, and a freaking bazooka. I love this thing. Decimates everything from a distance and collects everything from boxes and also individual Wampa fruit. There are also the running shoes, or the crash stacks, whatever you prefer, which is pretty necessary for the other new collectible, Time Relics, which is this game's time trial. Sapphire, Gold, and Platinum are the 3 tiers, and I only got one of them in the first level. But in the future I wouldn't mind going for every Gold Relic for that 105% achievement. But I didn't want to waste any more time because I spent 3 months on these games to begin with. Employment is hell for time, I'll blame it on that too. There are also new games.
Can't we all complain about having jobs and all that, getting in the way of our hobbies and our fun time? How terrible! What job was I in during this? I was starting my job at McDonald's around this time, actually. Now that I think about it, ugh. Start my downfall mentally, more so.
Play types, like this tiger riding sequence similar to Barrett and Unbearable from Crash 2. And the jet ski levels, which is nice to see Coco getting some love with these stages, but screw these levels. I hate the jet ski. In my opinion, they're a bit clumsy, and getting every box in these stages is what I call infuriating. And on-screen deaths, be prepared to see this shit too.
And yet they fucked it up more in the Insane Trilogy.
Crash also has a couple new stages of his own too, like the aforementioned World War plane levels and mid-1990s motorcycle races. The former, wow, these are amazing. I love shooting down everything in the area, and there aren't too many boxes either, so the box jump is super easy and the crystal is as easy as being the objective. I like that. The motorcycle races? Frick every single one of them. I hate these freaking stages. Not only is getting the box gem a freaking chore, especially the box gem in orange asphalt. This freaking box just makes me want to rip my freaking hair out. And the worst part is, the crystal. You know, the most important thing to get in this game is so freaking difficult. You have to get in first place, and it's so freaking difficult with this control scheme, with these freaking AI, and everything that makes this freaking level design so bullshit. Oh my gosh, I can rant about these freaking levels for so long, but I got through them, and I will freaking bitch for the rest of my life. I am not going to enjoy going back to these levels, and I know there's another one involving a UFO, and I am not gonna enjoy that.
Can you tell that I don't like racing level? I don't like racing games in general. And the fact that these are a thing, these are the worst part of Crash Warp for me. By far, like, obviously, by far. I will stand my ground on that.
And before I end things, am I the only person who encountered a lot of these glitches in the game? Not really many crashes like the first game, I'll give it that. But there were camera breaks, audio lag, and a few instances where the hitbox is just delayed. How the hell did I survive that? But despite the problems, I love playing this game. I want to play more. But the rest of the year has me busy, and if I wanted, I could finish everything in the Insane Trilogy. But for all I have, I just won't have the time. But really, I love Crash Bandicoot 4. That has become one of my favorite games along with the second game. And I don't know which game I like more. But really, the crazier part about this, I grew up with Spyro, Gex, and Final Fantasy. And while I still love Final Fantasy to this day, I haven't played Spyro and Gex in a long time. I feel like I couldn't get into them nowadays. Wow.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest. So it's very interesting. I remember having fun with Spyro 2 when I played that as for the Let's Play. And the weird thing about it is that at this point in time, especially now, I don't think I would want to play another Spyro game. There's a new Spyro game coming out pretty soon down the road. and I'm just not interested. I really am not. I'm more interested to see what a new Crash game would have been like, but they canceled that, so that's never going to happen. Which is very interesting. I didn't grow up with Crash Bandicoot, but I'm more of a Crash fan than I am a Spyro fan. Very interesting. And then Gex is just, it's Gex. Who gives a shit? And I only played the first Gex. I haven't played the second or the third game. And yeah, that's all she wrote for that.
Post Crash Bandicoot, a series with zero nostalgic connection to these games. I have so much fun and instantly fell in love with the series. It makes me want to try out the other games, good and bad. And I really want to go back to Twinsanity and see if my impressions have changed. And I seriously hope there are new games coming in the future. I can go on about this, but I'll leave with that.
Another mixed bag. Not gonna lie. Like, it's definitely not as good as Crash 2. Like that was such a good video. But oh well. All right. I think we have enough time to go through Sonic Mania and also talk about the 3D Mario. So let's get right into Sonic Mania. It will contain spoilers. If you haven't played Sonic Mania yet and want the full experience for yourself, stop the video right now. Also, no intro. I'm in the middle of making new set pieces, so I'll just start the video without it. Okay. Also, apologies with the sound quality. Oh, that was a little more quick.
So Sonic Mania is finally here.
Oh, audio change. Very interesting.
No longer have to get to this, huh? It has been 24 years since we got a game from the Genesis era, and 14 years since we got an amazing 2D game in the similar vein of the Genesis classics. But on July 22nd, 2016, during the Sonic 25th anniversary stream, we got the announcement of Sonic Mania.
14 years. That was Oh, so I'm not including the Sonic Rush stuff. Also, I know I keep forgetting to put it full screen. Man, I really thought Sonic Advance 3. I guess Sonic Rush had its problems. I didn't play Rush Adventure at this point yet, nor the DS version of Colors. So can't really say much on those. But maybe I was just making the. Wow, I didn't really. Interesting.
A throwback to the original trilogy and a sequel.
Oh, I also completely forgot about Sonic Generations 3DS 2. That was also a 2D Sonic that wasn't very good. Didn't play at the time, obviously, but no, that game wasn't good.
To those games. While we did have some good games like the Advanced Trilogy, Sonic Rush, Colors, and Generations, we also had some questionable ideas over the years.
I say that as someone who actually liked Secret Rings and didn't mind Unleashed, at least on the Wii. Like, are we not gonna? Are we forgetting about that? Whatever.
So seeing this really got me excited, and if this does well, we could see more games like this. A game by the...
And the next 2D Sonic game turned out to be one of the most nothing burger Sonic games I ever played in my life. And Superstars is better than Forces, but holy shit, I could not give two flying fucks about Superstars one bit.
The fans, for the fans. By the mania, for the mania. Which I'm not exactly sure what that means, so let me take a look.
Oh, what's what?
Well, that makes way too much sense.
You know what? Oh. You know what? I think we might have. Oh, the rabbit hole gets a lot deeper.
But that would assume this game is any good, though if any of this didn't convince anyone, well, I guess Sonic really is dead. But let's get to the good stuff.
Man, we really give Aaron Hansen a lot of flack.
Sonic Mania starts with a throwback to Sonic 3 and Knuckles, with Sonic and Tails going to the Angel Island to look for a mystic power. To their dismay, Eggman Robotnik was one step ahead of them and nabbed the jewel known as the Phantom Ruby, a jewel that can control time and space. Just think of it as all the Chaos Emeralds combined into one. With the power of the Ruby, everyone
I don't know if that's like an apt comparison. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know.
is taken to Green Hill, as well as Knuckles the Echidna, who was just chilling without any trouble from Sonic and Eggman. Poor guy can't really get a break. Maybe that's why he gets the Master Emerald later on in the series. Not a very complicated story, though. This is a 2D game that is trying to replicate the classics, so I'm not going to lose sleep over it. The game...
Oh yeah, don't lose sleep over the Genesis throwback not having story, but let's complain about Crash Bandicoot having simple stories. That's fair. That's completely that's not confusing in the slightest.
holds 12 levels with 2 acts apiece. But the interesting part is that Knuckles goes through the entire adventure differently. For example, in Green Hill Act 1, Knuckles goes through the underground caverns, while Sonic and Tails go through a recreation of the first 2 acts of the original. The levels are as follows: Green Hill for Sonic 1, Chemical Plant and Oil Ocean from Sonic 2, Stardust Speedway and Scrap Rate Metallic Madness from Sonic CD, Flying Battery, Hydro...
What was the joke there? Like we already talked about CD. Like we also complained about Metallic Madness being a fucking terrible fucking level in CD. So like, what was the joke?
and Lava Reef from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and 4 new zones in the form of Studiopolis, Press Garden, Mirage Saloon, and Titanic Monarch, which I argue is a combination of some of the worst levels in the classic games, but I digress. That does have the ratio of 2 classic to 2 modern, but the...
I'm gonna say that was a correction. I'm not gonna go back to it. But yeah, that's a 2 to 1. 2 retro, 1 for every 1 modern.
The old levels have a lot of new elements, especially in their Act 2s, like Chemical Plant having syringes turning the deadly chemicals into bouncy gel, and Oil Ocean having a deadly smog that constantly drains all your rings. And it's not the tropes that make them special either. With the elemental shields returning, seeing the environment change in places like Green Hill and Oil Ocean make the levels feel new and fresh, rather than slapping it on for nostalgia's sake. And some levels even have gimmicks from other levels and even other games, like Stardust Speedway having switches from Marble Garden, and Hydrocity having the bubble gimmick from Game Gear Sonic 2. And the new stages are no different. Studiopolis has bouncy balloons and circular bumpers from Carnival Night, Press Garden has a few gimmicks from Ice Cap, and Titanic Monarch feels like a combination of Scrap Brain, Metropolis, and the Death Egg. All it's missing is the splicers and astronauts that make it truly impossible. Speaking of the new stuff and the Hellspawn being it.
I didn't complain about Metropolis in the Sonic Trilogy video. Why am I suddenly being... Peer pressure's a bitch.
Good segue. The bosses are a highlight of the game. Nope.
I completely forgot about this,
No
yeah.
2 boss is the same. Some are recreations of their respective level, then there are the bosses like the Death Egg Robot in Green Hill, holy shit. But there is also the Mean Bee Machine for Chemical Plant's second boss. Holy crap, this boss is awesome. I freaking squealed over this boss, and I know it was a little on the easy side, but I don't care. They made a Puyo Puyo boss, and I'm so happy. There is not a boss that can beat this. I am not crying right now. I predicted this. I wanted this Weasel as the Mirage Saloon's boss, and we freaking got it. Along with Green and Bark too. Oh my gosh, I'm in tears, man. Oh, look, look.
I could be a little better with the direction, but I get where I'm trying to go
the
for
stage
it.
like in your game. That's actually pretty neat. Is that still the Sonic from 8-bit Sonic 2? Shit, they're so tiny and so bouncy. What the hell did Eggman make these out of? Rubber? But I can't talk about the bosses without mentioning the hard-boiled heavies, highly advanced egg robots that got transformed by the Phantom Ruby. The heavies are as follows: the Heavy Magician with the ability to make mirages, Heavy Shinobi throwing astronauts and freezing the player if they get too close, Heavy Gunner shooting missiles at the player, Heavy Rider does fancy tricks to run over Sonic and Tails, and Heavy King tries to take the Master Rival to Knuckles' hideaway. That's all I really have for him, honestly. And to keep up with the gushing, the graphics and sound are just amazing. Every level looks so good, and all of it accompanied by some fantastic music. T-Los does some amazing stuff, and I've known his stuff before this game was announced, so it's really cool to see him get a chance to shine in Mania. The new tracks, though, are definitely my favorites. I love the energetic Studiopolis, the western feel of Mirage Saloon, the eeriness of Titanic Monarch, and my favorite being both the Technical Act 1 and Serene Act 2 of Press Garden. Seriously, I love this stage. In fact, the new levels themselves are the best in the game, in my opinion. Well, besides Titanic Mark, I guess. And I wish there were more of these stages. And as much as I love the throwbacks, I didn't really see any need to bring back Chemical Plant or especially Hydrocity. I know bringing in other stages would have...
Hydrocity's not that bad. I know I complained about this in the trilogy video, but come on. Hydrocity's fine. One of the better level. Actually, one of the best water levels in any video game. Like, I'm gonna keep saying it, like, complaining for the sake of complaining.
made the other stages in the game a little redundant. But I wanted to see Hilltop and Mystic Cave get some love. Or at the very least make Ice Cap a better level than it was in Sonic 3. Oh, wait a minute, I think they did. And why is Metallic Madness here? We could have had any other stage from Sonic CD, but you send what is considered the Scrap Frame Mark II. I know there's a mini Knuckles, it's adorable, but that doesn't mask the fact that it's a freaking Hellish Abomination! But seriously, whoever...
Okay, there you go. That's a better filter, but Jesus.
thought bringing back Hydrocity Zone was a good idea and needs to get freaking shot. It dragged in Sonic 3, and it's a bit better, but it's still not very fun. At least we can murder Eggman with his own device, and I guess that's worth it. So the
Really now? I remembered liking all the levels in Mania. I guess there were a few that I just had a little bit of... that I still had some problems with. I don't know.
brings me to another problem with Mania, though it's somewhat a minor one. The transitions to other zones. Some like Green Hill to Chemical Plant and Mirage Saloon to Oil Ocean have special cutscenes to tell you what's going on, but how did we get from Flying Battery to Pressed Garden? Or Stardust Speedway to Hydrocity? This kind of consistency is a bit off. And I gotta say, I was not excited for Blue Sphere's return. I mean, at the very least they aren't for the Emeralds, but they are still a headache to go through, and trying to get these perfects are just frustrating.
Though the method of getting into the special stages is straight. Yeah, which is executed.
Same can
Whatever.
be said for the actual special stages, though. These are the best special stages in the series, bar none, as a person who didn't really like any of them in the classic games. They're a combination of Sonic CD and Knuckles Chaotix of all games, where you chase down a UFO while collecting the blue spheres for speed and the rings for your timer. They have just enough challenge to make them tricky, but not to the point that they can get dumb. Also, seeing the burst and fish from the Sonic 1 stages just makes it a bit uncomfortable. It is so blank and lifeless. And when we're talking about the control for Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles,
You know the point of the special stages is that they're like completely out there, right? Like that's always been the point of them. Why are you a Killjoy?
they work just as well as they were in the classic days. Sonic has his speed as well as a new drop dash for this game, which I barely used, I'll be honest. And the special abilities for his shields are back for him as well. Tails has his flight ability as broken as usual, but I remembered him tiring out quicker than he does here. I guess in that sense it's better, but alright. And Knuckles has his signature gliding and climbing, and the stages he doesn't share with Tails and Knuckles is tailor-made for his moveset in mind. Speaking of level design, it's very similar to Sonic 2 and 3, where each stage has several ways to get to the goal, but you're also going left on occasion to find secrets, and where you're also going to have to progress for some levels, like Chemical Plants. And at least there weren't as much difficult platforming like there was in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Ice Cap and Sandopolis, I do not miss you in the slightest. Though with those designs...
Sweet Jesus, I really am such a Killjoy. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that I still will have those moments where I say something a little off kilter, but at the very least they're a little more... I have to assume they're a little more agreeable than this. Like, come on. Again, I feel like I'm just complaining for the sake of complaining. It doesn't feel like anything other than that.
ideas in mind, the collision problems that plague the originals are also here as well. Oh, bullshit. It's not a big deal since it doesn't happen a lot, but it's still annoying when it happens. Okay, I'm done with the game, but there's one thing I want to say before I end this. Is Sonic Mania a great game? I believe so. In fact, it skyrocketed into one of my favorite games in the series. But the thing I want to stress, to the people who think this game is either the first good Sonic game, or the first good game since Sonic 3 and Knuckles, have you not played any of the other games after Sonic 3? After Sonic 3, we had the Advance series, we had Sonic Rush and Rush Adventure, we had Sonic Unleashed, Colors, and Generations. All of these games had a lot of love put into them, and I argue the Advance trilogy tried really hard to be the great update to the originals, and they succeeded in my opinion. They feel like a new generation of Sonic games without having to resort to the 3D trend. Yeah, we had the adventure game, which became a love them or hate them situation over the years. And we had Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic 06, Sonic Chronicles, the Storybook series. The way Sonic was made was not meant to be in the third dimension, though they did tweak it for Sonic Unleashed and onwards. But
Okay, let's make that perfectly clear. Sonic is meant to be in the third dimension. Just because the 3D games have some problems does not mean that they. Oh my fucking god! I made the transitional era video about 3 years after this, and I think my opinions on the games in there,
that's because they
have become no. Don't need you to keep going just yet. And like my opinion on Adventure has definitely grown a lot softer. I really love Adventure 1. My opinions on Adventure 2 kind of go all over the place over time. Hero sucks. And my opinions on the Advanced series is also very wishy-washy. And then you have the Dark Age stuff, which a lot of them really do suck. But that doesn't mean that 3D Sonic can't work. In fact, after this we had Forces, which Forces sucked. And then but we had Frontiers and Dream Team, and we're probably gonna get a 3D game sometime soon anyway, and I'm going to assume that's gonna be as great as Frontiers and Dream Team. And I haven't played Dream Team yet. I hear it's great. But I loved Frontiers. I thought Frontiers was fantastic. A 3D Sonic game can work. Just because you had a fucking elitist take on them doesn't mean that everyone else didn't like. People love Adventure 1 and 2. And they love them for a good reason. The fact that I agree with the rant that the people saying that Sonic was never good or it wasn't good since 3 and Knuckles. Yeah, those people are fucking idiots. But you're not doing much better here. Like, come on, don't be a hypocrite here.
incorporated 2D into the mix. The 2D stuff is great, some of my favorite platformers of all time, and many agree on that. But that proves my point that Sonic Mania, while an excellent game, is not the first game since the Genesis days to be really good. If you really think that, you've probably missed out on the classics like Advance and Rush, and just ignored games like Colors and Generations. Sure, you can say they weren't amazing like the original stuff, and you can have that argument. But at least acknowledge that they were good games during Sonic's career. There's a lot of shit and a lot of mediocrity in the series, I'm not gonna lie about that. But his life after Sonic 3 and Knuckles wasn't all doom and gloom, and I'd like for people to stop acting like it was. But with all that out of the way, what else can I say? The game is everything I wanted from a sequel to the classics, outside of the Advance series, of course. It uses the assets that worked from the originals and does the stuff that didn't work. And I'm really hoping this does well, so we can see more of this. I have been starving for something like this since Sonic Advance 3, and this is easily my favorite in the series, and my favorite game of the year so far. I have a feeling Mania is going to be hard to beat.
Okay, let's go. Let's go into a. One moment. I want to blacken this for a moment. Well, maybe not blacken. Oh, but that's not it. That's not it. I know for a fact that what I want to pull up is going to. There you go. I don't want you guys to look at my sheets because I don't want you guys to be spoiled on stuff that I'm making at the moment. But I said earlier, I don't know when. Last time, I said I was making a sheet of games that I made. Oh, actually, I'm looking at my top games for 2017. Sonic Mania was actually second place. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of shuffling here and there, but the only game that beat it when I was shuffling through all of these is Gravity Rush 2, which I actually didn't play Gravity Rush 2 before. This game, so I actually got that as a Christmas gift. I don't know. I don't remember if it was this year or the year after, but a friend of mine did gift me that, and I was very appreciative because I really liked the original Gravity Rush, and I wanted to play that in the second game for a long time. But that wasn't too bad. A little bare bones, but whatever. Now up to Super Mario 64.
Hey, everyone, it's been a while.
Oh, look at that. The sheet's still there. I have no idea what any of this is. Oh, you got the completionist posters. Ugh. Ew. Just ew. That is a Mario and Luigi poster, if I remember. If I'm not mistaken. That keychain, I don't remember. I think that was a Samus keychain. Yes, it is. That was the Samus keychain for the Samus Returns Special Edition. But let's look at this. Like, obviously, I wore two shirts for some reason. I don't wear undershirts. Like, I am fucking bare under this shirt, and I am hating every moment of it. I'd rather be shirtless right now, but that's not going to happen. Especially with this chair is leather, and that sounds terrible. I remember this TeePublic shirt. Like, I didn't mind it, but I'm not like entirely fussed about not having it anymore. What the hell was this? Was this the only shirt that I remember at the time having like a light blue hue was like a generic Kingdom Hearts, like the Kingdom Hearts Donald was on it, and then it had like text on it. It's like one of those very generic, like generic wording that edgy teenagers or edgy adults would wear, or like for sarcastic shit. I don't remember what it is. I don't miss that shirt at all. But like, looking at that, short hair does not work for me. I tried to make it not like super curly because I don't care for the curly look, and I'm glad I ditched the glasses. I don't like wearing glasses. I really don't. But yeah, you can see there's a. I actually do remember having this bookshelf, and I had the amiibos on top of that. The bed sheet, because I didn't have a door for this room. It still doesn't, and the reason why is because my folks have been talking about tearing down this house and making a new one for so fucking long, to the point where I was like, there was no point in doing so. And I also wanted to. It's also like, when was I ever going to move out of this place? Unfortunately, with the state of the United States at the moment and the housing crisis that we have to deal with for the foreseeable future, that's not happening anytime soon, and I hate that. But that's the reason why the sheet's there. Don't know what any of this is. I really don't. But this looks like a mess. This is such a mess. Like, I could be cleaning this up, but I decided not to.
Got everything renovated into a new area. I have a new camera. Probably gonna be good for the next while.
I think I know what camera I'm talking about. Where is it? Where is it? I know it's somewhere around here. There it is. There's the camera, the Samsung. The Samsung, let's see. The CMOS, oh, that's the sensor. Smart BGM2, with my music, whatever the fuck that is. It's just Samsung. HMX F80. It's a very small camera. Where's my darling Canon? Right here. Like, in comparison, look at the size difference. Like, this is like this thing is tiny in comparison to this thing. I love the Canon. Like, if I have my way, this thing will be with me until the day I die. I love this camera so much. I really do. I really do. We're gonna put. I'll put you back. And put you there. But yeah, I have a few. I'm pretty certain that this is the Samsung camera.
Did a few testing, but it's good for a while. But
Wish you could do a little better with the lighting, because you can definitely tell that I'm facing the window, and you can also tell that it's very early in the morning, so I can get the sun rising from the window, and that sounds absolutely nightmarish.
I got everything set up. I actually have a lot of free time coming up, so it might be a lot easier to get the Super Mario Marathon coming up compared to what I have been doing for the past few months. But other than that, I hope you guys enjoyed the Super Mario 64 video, and we'll get the rest set up from there. So, enjoy. Super Mario 64. I know many people enjoy...
Holy shit! 4x3! 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 We don't stretch the fucking video! Thank God! Jesus fucking Christ. I can't fucking stand this dude.
this game and claim it to be one of the best in the series. Nostalgia may play a big role in that, but I still hear of its legacy so many years after its release. However, despite the accolades, I never knew this game existed until 2011, around the time when I started YouTube and met a few friends and all that. In fact, I knew of the DS port way before I discovered the original back in 2006.
That's true.
And
That's true.
What is with the 64? Is it the 64th game in the series? I played the game for the first time in 2014 as a blind Let's Play, and I thought it was okay, but I'd like to think my tastes have changed since then. So, let's dive in now. The story is simple. Bowser kidnapped Peach, stole the power of the castle, disabling any kind of communication or access to AOL. This is the 90s after all. And Mario must save Peach as well as collect all the power stars that have scattered
cute.
across the worlds. Not a very complicated story, but then again, it's Super Mario. I kind of expected that.
Again, we're giving Mario and Sonic a pass, but not Crash Bandicoot. Are we really that blind here?
And with all that said, Mario is very acrobatic. With just 3 buttons, Mario can do a multitude of maneuvers. He can do a backward somersault, side jump, long jump, this hilarious sidekick, ground pound, dive, punch, and kick. He can also hang on ledges as well as grab certain objects like bob-ombs and this rabbit that has no relation to Alice in Wonderland. He can also duck and crawl, which I only used once. And with that, Mario just goes through 15 worlds scattered in the castle, which are accessed from paintings, walls, floating water, and inside a cage instead of Ghost Belly. Not the weirdest thing I've seen. Many are fun to explore in, like Bob-omb Battlefields.
The internet has ruined me to the point where a cage and a ghost. I mean, even in that sense, it's not really all that crazy. But you know what? The internet has ruined me nonetheless.
Dire Docks. And then there are some levels. There are 7 stars in each stage, 6 normal stars to find in the world, and another star that appears when you collect 100 coins. But there are other stars in the castle itself, hidden in various parts of the castle. I think in order to really talk about Super Mario 64, I should talk about the various worlds. It's not like spoilers for a 20-year-old game mean much anyway. Let's start with Bob-omb Battlefield. It's a good starting level, despite it being a frickin' war zone, and it really shows the game's non-linearity. You have 7 stars to get, but despite it wanting you to fight King Bob-omb first, you can go for the red coins, get the star on the lone island, or free the chain chomp. But really, who doesn't make the chain chomp their first star of the game? This level also has
Honestly, who
Koopa the
doesn't?
Quick, which you only race twice, and you have to select his star in order for him to appear anyway. But they're actually pretty fun, and Koopa the Quick is a cool guy. If only you were used more. See, and honestly, man. The music is also really good.
He wasn't in Odyssey. That was more of a speculation on my part. Or maybe that was Koopa the Quick. I don't know. It's been, I haven't played Odyssey since it launched, so that's something to think about.
But the more I listen to it, the more I feel it could have been better. It's early Nintendo 64 music, though, so I won't go nuts over it. It also introduces the power-ups of the game.
Early Nintendo 64 music, and I'm going to say that I'm going to say later that I loved Dire Doc's theme. For good reason. That theme is fantastic, but let's see how well that
Though on
holds
this
up.
stage it's only the Weem Cap, which is... You can glide and such, and fly if you really know how to use it, but no cape feather. Later on you get the Wing Cap as well as the Invisible Cap, which are so situational I have to wonder what the point was. Really, all the Metal Cap does is make you heavy, and the Invisible Cap is just go through walls. And that's really it. It's very basic if you really think about it. It's like the first game where all you had was a star, a mushroom, and a fire flower. But even then, those were really fun to go through in the first game. While on Super Mario 64, these are, once again, situational. You only use them for some stars and that's it. But moving on, Watt's Fortress is a very interesting level as well. A land of walking flat concrete that is implied that they make non-walking flat concrete for roads and buildings. That's really screwed up if you really think about it. The non-linearity is...
Is it though? It's like... I guess it's the gingerbread man situation. It's like... Is the gingerbread house made of... Is the gingerbread house made of man, or is the man made of house? The gingerbread man screams for he does not
more
know.
limited here, but the ways of getting the stars are actually kind of crazy. You can use this cannon, something that unlocks when you talk to this pink bomb. Here you have to wait until the 5th star to even access it. But you can just do a well-timed wall kick and ta-da, star gotten. Snowruns Land and Kukul Mountain are standard snow levels that let you live another day if you hit the snow-filled floor. Why can't the entire game be like this? Kukul Mountain also has a slide, and holy shit, I hate the slide missions. This level has 2 of them, but there are also 3 other slide missions in the game, and they are frustrating to no end. And in the case of this level, you will die. Just make sure you keep one eye open, jackass, because I will come to skin you alive and use your body as a tool for my adventuring needs.
Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. Leave the penguin alone.
Speaking of which, who else can help but drop this little shit off to the face of the map? Also, in Snowman's Land, I blasted to this star instead of shuffling with this penguin, because screw this snowman that can blow you away along with your hat. Jolly Roger Bay and Dire Dogs, and to an extent, Dry World. And they really are the best water levels that I've ever played. It helps that the swimming feels very fluid, pun not intended, and swimming atop the surface fills up your power meter. There are a few challenges that can go piss off, like the manta ray or the eel with the star attached to its tail. Oh, fuck you. But no matter what crap gets thrown at me, the music certainly makes...
The jokes and the visuals did not line up that well there. And like I said, I called it here. Like, I love Dire Doc's little inconsistent there. It's like, oh, the Nintendo 64 cannot do music as well as it can. But there's the Dire Docs. I love the Dire Docs. It's so good. It's so good. Fucking moron.
So all is it worth it? I love Dire Doc's music. The best wire theme, only second to Aquatic Ambience in Donkey Kong Country. But that said, the music overall isn't all that bad. I talked about Bob Battlefield, but there's a few good stuff here and there as well. I really love Peach's Castle's music, and it's great that this theme gets remixed in later games. And I also love the ending theme as well as Koopa Road. The themes of
You know, for someone who complained about Nintendo 64 music, I am not complaining about the Nintendo 64 music. Like, pick a lane.
levels that lead you to the Bowser fights. But the rest of them aren't really all that great. I couldn't really tell you about Big Boo's Haunt, which is just atmospheric haunted house music. Hazy Maze Cave is just a remix underground theme from the original game. And I know a lot of people really like the slide music, but with me, I just associate it with insanity. And the music that plays during the power-ups, they're fine. Can't really hum the wing cap, the invisible cap I don't even remember, and the metal cap is just a remix invisibility thing, nothing special there. And the later levels are where the difficulty get a little crazy. All of them have their own special thing, like Little Lava Land having a lot of lava with a volcano as a second area, Shifting Sand Land having sand that slows you down, Instant Kills Quicksand, and a pyramid as a second area, Tall Mountain with Monty Moles, monkeys that can steal your hat so you can die quicker, and Tiny Huge Island having abnormal sized enemies and obstacles with a lot of death, and by that I don't mean just me. I had to steal this Koopa's shell just so this asshole didn't eat.
What did I mean by that? It's like, maybe I was going for, like, there's a lot of death, but not for me. I have to kill everyone in this fucking play. That doesn't make sense to me. Nah, I get it.
Eat me again. And when I went to visit him, he was just gone. Rest in peace, old friend. And this wiggle.
I was wondering where that was going. I was wondering where that was going. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
That had a huge misunderstanding after we flooded his home. And with that, I just realized Mario is an asshole. Oh. TikTok clock has a...
Okay, that... We're... I like the repeated. Okay, that's a good repeating joke. I will give it that.
Cool time-altering gimmick that has a giant pit at the bottom that has a lot of enemies and pendulums that can knock you off. And Rainbow Ride is the worst level ever. Disappearing carpets, flamethrowers, lakitus, these blue coins, and limited platforms. Jeez, I know a final level should be harder than the rest, but this is all sorts of bullshit.
Still agree. Still agree. Don't like Rainbow Ride one bit.
And all these levels are great to go through and all, but they have their problems. Remember the 100 coin challenge I talked about earlier? Well, not all of them are bad, but a good 2/3 of them are a pain in the ass. Sounds simple, right? Get 100 coins and boom, done. Well, it is easy for some levels, but some levels don't have a lot of coins to begin with, like Dire Docks. Some levels can have some terrible coin placements like Tall Mountain and Hazy Maze Cave, and there are levels with the worst combination of level design and coin count, like the last two levels. I have spent 2 hours plus on TikTok clock trying to get the 100 coin challenge, which is impossible if the clock is stopped. So I had to have the entire clock moving, and this asshole made me die twice during this hunt. Whoever thought this was a good idea has a nice little spot in hell. And Rainbow Ride, oh, where do I start? Why not start with the fact that the blue coins are almost impossible to collect because of the worst placement? And since the stupid things are worth 5 coins a pop, I can't miss a single one, otherwise I'm going to have a fun as hell time just running around like a dipshit. And the coins are so scattered with a lot of scary jumps. These carpet rides that give me way too many heart attacks to keep tabs on. And did I mention that you will fall off at least once? Doesn't matter what happens, you can get knocked off by the dumbest things. Bump off a wall, Lakitu throwing spinies at you, carpet vanishes at the last possible moment, getting burned by a flamethrower, it will happen. Frick this stage, and frick the people who made it. And the red coins aren't all that fun either. Well, the normal stages are fine.
Rainbow Ride's a little easier is a little easier than I give it credit for. It's still not fun, but it's you don't really need to get the blue coins to get the 100 coin. But I will agree, it's absolutely a nightmare. With that said, yeah, the 100 coin missions fucking suck dick, and they're worse than Sunshine. And I know I'm gonna complain about that when I get the Sunshine. We might get the Sunshine.
But I mean the Castle Red coins. And they will test your patience trying to grab that last damned coin you need to make that star appear, but fail over and over again just to see you fall to the pit of despair. But at least the music for Koopa Road is amazing, making me forget that these are a problem to begin with. And the Bowser fights are fun at the very least, even if he looks like a fat bastard that ate a wasp nest and developed hay fever. And his teleport and fast spin make things a little too obnoxious. Stop that! And the ending makes me think it's all worth it. And it's like at the beginning. Oh shit, that's a great ending. I'm just gonna reset and see what my reward... Oh, son of a bitch! I forgot to get the star for the 8 red coins in the last Bowser level. It's just Yoshi and a stupid shiny jump. Screw that. But...
Actually, what is the point of this? I know I questioned that. What's the point of this? What's the point of the sparkly jump if you can't really use it? It's like, whatever.
Super Mario 64? Still a pretty good game. Yeah, it's aged a bit, and there are still a few challenges that are kind of bad. But the bad parts of the game don't really ruin the game much. The annoying parts can easily be ignored, and you can have an amazing time with it. Completing the game isn't all that great, and really a shiny triple jump. And no, I don't think 100 lives is a good incentive to replay the same tile. I also want to talk about the DS game, but there's really isn't much I can talk about it. But the next time we meet back will be with Super Mario Sunshine. I've played this game in over a decade, actually. Wonder how I feel about it now. But with all that said, hope you guys have a wonderful rest.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what I talk. Let's see what I think about.
So, this is going to be an interesting game to talk about.
That's our cold open. That's a dumb cold open.
I played this game long ago, and I only played a small sample of it. And when I talk to people who played Super Mario Sunshine, some say it's a great game, some say it's okay, many have very mixed feelings on it, and there were a select few that said it was the worst Mario game, barring a couple of games. So I had to try out the game again, and here we are. Before we start with the game itself, Sunshine has a story, and oh boy. Mario, Peach, and her advisor Toadsworth are tired of keeping Koopas and Goombas away from the kingdom and decide to take a vacation to the Isle Delfino, the home of the biggest assholes in any video game. Yeah, I'm not gonna hold a single punch. I hate the Piantas.
Another line that I kind of just took and scrambled a little bit from Some Call Me Johnny. It's like, I mean, I agree the Piantas fucking suck, but you could have done a little better in disguising that.
Okay, not everyone is a complete jerk, but a good 95% of them are either dumb, ignorant, useless, or flat out rude. And it all starts in the first part of the game. The plane is stopped by a...
Again, there's a little bit added there, but that doesn't mean you didn't steal it, and that's... Fuck you.
giant glob of goop, and Mario is sent to find help. He then finds a device that calls itself Flood.
A flash liquidizer ultra-dousing device.
And with its help, the goop is defeated, a shiny object appears, and Mario takes it with absolutely no questions. Afterward, Mario is arrested for polluting the island, yep, with only one piece of evidence, no eyewitnesses, and a lack of common sense. They force Mario to clean the entire island, even when the real culprit, a gooey-like doppelganger with a paintbrush, is seen in plain sight with the real Mario. These people just suck. But the Shadow Mario is actually Bowser's son, Bowser Jr., who for some reason is convinced that Peach is his mother.
Mama, Peach.
I still can't believe this.
Peach actually believes this. I mean, I never questioned that she and Bowser did it, but you'd think she remembers something as odd as actually giving birth to something like... Okay, time to stop it. They hit the Corona Mountain and hide for the rest of the game, which is more than half the
At least a little more blunt than Johnny. Jesus,
for the
fuck.
game, mind you. I hate when stories just abruptly pause for a long time until the final parts. Kind of destroys the flow. Though, really, it's not a great story anyways. It's just here for being a story, which is fine, I guess. But nothing of interest happens outside of Bowser Jr. being a spoiled brat and, you know, that one part. Every other time, it's interacting with these assholes. Seriously, if I hear any of them talk about me being the bad guy, I'll flood the entire island. I warned them. Though I will say, the places you go to are pretty nice, though not much in variety. Beaches and villages are about the extent of what you'll see, and the only times that it changes up are in the secrets in the game. Is it really a secret if the game blatantly tells you about it? Anyway.
So, the theming. Visually, yes, it's very, how do I put it? Visually, a lot of the levels are very similar because, you know, you're on a, fuck. What's the name of it? Island resort. It's an island resort. It's gonna look like an island resort, you know? You got a park in the beach, you got a hotel in the beach, you got a pier, you got all that. And like the levels look the same, but the theming is clear. Like you're at an island resort. You're doing, you know, it's like, of course you're gonna run into a lot of places that look fairly similar. Although I will say that, you know, if you want a little more visual variety, you're not really getting anything from Sunshine. It's not a problem overall. It's just more like what you're really wanting out of something like that.
Music pieces are just about as varied as the levels themselves, mostly being remixes of Isle Delfino, Calming Ambience, and the 10th Super Mario Bros. Remix in the series up to this point. The game looks great overall.
They're not all a remix of Isle Delfino. That's just a straight up lie.
Although, models are a bit shiny, but it's only a small notice, and the models are really nice for this game. It's neat to see Mario wearing a short-sleeved shirt or Peach in a ponytail. It's stuff like this that make the game unique. Speaking of unique, let's talk about the control along with the new addition, Flood. When we're talking about actual control, Mario plays like a dream. In almost every way, he's way more acrobatic than he was in 64, though the long jump is gone for some reason, and you can only use the backflip with Flood equipped, which is kind of limiting, actually. Flood, however, makes up for it immensely. He can be used as a water gun with many ways of squirting water, though some techniques are easier than others. And you can use Flood as a makeshift jetpack to make platforming easier. I like that. And you can also use different nozzles in the form of the rocket and turbo nozzles. And they are massively underwhelming. You can only have one nozzle at a time, and the hover nozzle is always replaced. Which I'm not sure why we can't have all the nozzles be upgrades to Flood, instead of being replaceable power-ups. It couldn't break the game too much, can it? And really, the rocket and turbo nozzles, like the cast in 64, are super situational. In fact, I'd say more than the cast, because I only found 4 or so uses for the rocket nozzle, and only 2 for the turbo nozzle. If anything, I'd like to avoid getting these nozzles if possible, so I can have the better control with the hover nozzle. In fact, while we're on the track of negatives, let's talk about the collectibles, shall we?
Nothing much to add there. Nozzles kind of suck. When I was I almost want to say
Shiny
that,
sprites.
man, I think you're better off just watching the Johnny versus Super Mario Sunshine video, because that's kind of what this has been so far. Like, it really does feel like a bit too much of a copy.
They are said to be the guardians of Isle Delfino, 120 in total as far as we're concerned. Because the place is polluted, they are scattered between the many landmarks of the island. Some are hidden in particular places, the point A to point B approach, which is something I really like. But then there are boss fights, which, for the most part, are pretty bad. I thought the Wiggler kind of dragged, Mega Bowser felt pretty cheap at times, Ely Mouth and King Boo were tedious, and I'm not gonna lie, the final fight with Bowser tended to be either pretty easy or pretty frustrating. I never had a collision problem like this, and I kept clinging to the debris when I wanted to use the rocket jump. And I guess having the rocket nozzle being required soured the fight as well. But that's not all. We also had the return of the red coin challenges and the 100 coin challenges.
Yep, I was
Now,
gonna.
to be fair, some of them aren't too bad, but outside of those two, these challenges can frick right off.
You could have just took that little sound bite from the Johnny versus video, and it would be fucking perfect. Oh my god.
I was a fan of them in 64, and they managed to make them worse here. Especially the 100 coins. Coins are very limited unless you pick the right episode. Red and blue coins have no value in terms of the coin counts anymore anyway, and they take forever to do. I only did one challenge, and it was in Bianco Hills, the first level of the game. And guess what? It sucked. I can only assume how it would go with stages like Rico Harbor or Serena Beach, stages with super limited coins to begin with. Sure, there are times where you can grind coins, but that gets really boring super quick. I expect this kind of thing in an RPG, not a platformer, so you can see why I didn't really bother. And the red coins are similar, only they can be super spread out or be obnoxious to collect. For secret shrines, they aren't too bad. In fact, they're just standard Mario platforming. Though having the time limit for red coins make them a bit of a pain in the butt to do. And I'll defend too that.
Oh, really? We're gonna fucking. You know, we're gonna soften the language for that one. It's like, just say they're a pain in the ass and move on.
Everyone seems to not like. I found the sandbird to be really relaxing, and moving while it was turning wasn't such a big deal. And if I did fall off, I could just hang out on the clouds and listen to the beautiful music. And am I the only person that didn't really find the Chuckster shine all that bad? I mean, type precision and timing is key for this shine, but I really never found it to be a problem. In fact, I think I only died once. Maybe I was lucky, but I didn't think it was the worst part of the game. If you wanted horrible shines, though, look no further than the episode 8 shines. Bianco Hill has the 8 red coins in different altitudes, meaning a fall will result in more time wasted. Rico Harbor has you using Yoshi to turn these fish into platforms, but Yoshi needs fruit in order to get out of his egg, and here he wants a durian, a fruit that you can't pick up. And it's hard enough to get it to appear from this machine. Oh, and he's allergic to Wario apparently, so you have to do it all over again if you fall off. That's real fun, right? Gelato Beach has the Watermelon Festival. You know this one, the easily poppable melon with the billions of cataquacks in the way to burst it. Oh man, the person who made this has a real nice seat in hell reserved for him. Peanut Park has the balloon popping minigame with no cursor and horrible depth perception. This took me a few tries to get to, and I swear the time that I won, it was pure dumb luck. Serena Beach has more red coins, and they are way more spread out than they were in Bianco Hills. In Noki Bay, the Nokis are so grateful for your help in bringing them back to the island, so they reward you with a coin fish that is made of normal and red coins to collect. And it scatters around at certain points, making it drag out longer than it needs to. And Pianta Village has the Flock Festival. Never tried it, don't plan to. But the...
I completely forgot that. Completely forgot that one. Nope, not fond of that one. But I don't disagree.
worst shines are held in the isle itself. But before I start, must I point out that a third of the residents is holding their guardians hostage? Sometimes it's for a favor, sometimes it's for a minigame where they treat their important guardians like prizes, and a 1/5 of the shines are held by these assholes. You remember the blue coins I briefly mentioned? Well, here, they're used as currency for these guys. I love how Mario's being treated as a criminal even if the evidence says otherwise, and these assholes are getting off scot-free for selling a large chunk of their life source like crack cocaine.
There's a joke about the U.S. somewhere around there, but I can't figure it out.
And Isle Delfino has several of these people living in it as well, like this guy who wants you to break boxes for 2 shine sprites he has in his possession. Why these guys aren't being arrested, I'll never know. And I really feel like this guy knows this shine sprite is here. I just know it. Now let's get to the lowbrow shines. There's the lily pad shine, which is certainly one to be hated. Do you like grabbing coins on a flowing poisonous river that is irritating to backtrack on if you miss anything? No? Well, you'll certainly break the game because this is nothing but bull. But that shine has nothing on the pachinko machine. I say the lily pad was 90% luck. But I swear this shine is pure luck. You barely have any influence on where you want to go, so you're going to be forced into a lot of bad situations. And you will die if you make a slight mistake. Oh, you finally got that shine sprite after 6 attempts? It'd be a shame if you just missed it on your last ooh, whoops! Sorry, try again next time. Screw you, there'll be no next time. Oh boy. Collecting the shine sprites in this game, 95% of the time, is far from what I call fun. Collecting the blue coins is such a tedious chore. The boss fights are either tiring or frustrating. The Piantas are dicks. Chasing Shadow Mario 8 times gets boring super quick. Some standalone shine sprites are in the dumbest of places. Straight up confusing at certain points. Why are we taking a shine sprite from the place it's supposed to be? Other than all that, there are things in this game that I can classify as fun though. I do like the Il Piantissimo races, since they remind me of the Koopa the Quick stages in 64. I think a couple of fights are fun, like Beady Piranha and Gooper Blooper, and hell, most of the secret shines are good old platforming fun. But everything else leaves me feeling either frustrated or just indifferent. I can't exactly say I'd recommend Super Mario Sunshine, and even if you want to try it out, don't even think about 100%ing this game. Beating it normally is reward enough if you ask me. You get a sweet cutscene with Mario, Peach, Flood, Bowser, and Bowser Jr., and while I hate the Piantas and how they work in this obnoxious plot, it's great to see their home go back to normal and seeing them dance the day away. So if you don't mind, Nintendo, let's just get a sequel so we can just nuke the damn island with everyone on it.
Straight away. You can't miss the mess now. Your first job's to get rid of all that ugliness. And remember, we'll be watching you now. We'll know if you start fighting.
You know, if we take that joke at face value, we also killed Mario in that too. And he's got a few mushrooms, it's fine.
I'm sorry if I came off a bit bitter on that last part, but this game really got to me. And to the people who like this game, more power to you. I guess you find something that I couldn't, but that's just how I felt. I don't like Sunshine, and I really hope I don't feel anything similar to Galaxy. But, with all that said, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, and may God have mercy on my soul.
I say that like I'm actually going to hate Galaxy. I'm not. It's very interesting because I was actually going to play Galaxy. I was going to play Galaxy 2, and then I was going to finish it off with Odyssey. I wasn't going to play 3D World, actually. Or maybe I was. I don't remember. But that was the plan. But nope, Galaxy would be the last one.
Man, I have some memories with this game. Not the game itself, but I mean the catalogs that had the game on it. My family didn't have a Wii during the time, and I was stuck with my Super Nintendo and Nintendo DS. Now, my Mario fix was filled because of those, but I really wanted the shiny new game in my possession. A Mario game in space, hell yeah, I was so fascinated with space and science fiction as a kid. So I was really intrigued. Though I did learn a lot of stuff because of my curiosity, including what would become my biggest nightmare as a kid, the dreaded black hole. A dead star that stretched and killed everything in its path. Fun fact, I was actually terrified by a lot of movies because something resembled a freaking black hole, including Thomas and the Magic Railroad. No, I'm serious. And then look at the...
That's true. That is 1000% true, and it's such an embarrassing fun fact for me. Oh boy.
box art didn't really help. Seeing that small black spot was enough to say, yep, I'm keeping away from this shit. That is until 2014 when I got my brand spanking new Wii U. And while I'm not a fan of the console nowadays, this was my big gateway for a lot of games, and Galaxy was one of them. When I played it for the first time, I liked it until I failed the ball minigame and left it on the shelf. So I haven't played the game in 3 years, and I was a bit worried. But if my opinion on Sunshine can drastically change, I don't see how the opposite can't happen with this game. Starting out, the story is much simpler than Sunshine, but really I find that a positive as long as I don't have to deal with hassles for several hours. It's the Night of the Star Festival, a celebration of the comet that passes the Mushroom Kingdom every 100 years. They bring back the shooting stars and it forms a power star. Now that the stars in 64 make sense. Kind of. And then Bowser attacks to take away the princess as well as a castle with UFOs with nipples. Don't lie, they're freaking nipples. But it is nice to see Bowser.
Man, yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that one. They tried to make the UFO a little less generic, and they found a way.
Being super ambitious with taking over the universe instead of just the Mushroom Kingdom. And seeing Kamek actually be useful and blast Mario off of the castle is more interesting than... yeah, that. Mario's then woken up by a living star, the very same Peach was holding during the kidnapping. Curious. And then it turns into a bunny. That's supposed to be a reference to moon rabbits? Well, that's clever and all, but... huh? But after a game of tag, the stars take them to their guardian, Rosalina. Practically the god of the Mario universe, and she is just plain awesome. Cool, sweet, wise, and damn it, she's just cute. Screw Peach, this is my kind of girl. Or should I say, my one-up girl. She says she can take them to Peach and Bowser, but only...
Didn't like that. Didn't like that. Did not like that. I can't tell you why I don't like that. I don't like that.
only when they get their common observatory up and running again, which can only be powered by the power stars scattered across certain galaxies. The story may be simple, but the ambition was placed into the entire presentation. This is by far one of the best looking games on the Wii. In fact, I tend to believe that this game was HD at points. Then again, the upscaling on the Wii U may be a big factor as well. Other than that, models are up to snuff. The colors are vibrant even in the darkest of levels. And the animations are so cartoony that gives the game way more charm than the previous two entries. But damn it, the visual presentation is small compared to the outright phenomenal music. They went out with a full-on orchestra with this game, and it works in Galaxy's favor. I guess an out-of-this-world soundtrack fits with this out-of-the-world setting. Even when the music is atmospheric.
This is better than the Sunshine video. Like, we're a little over 3 minutes in, and this is just far better. I'm giving a lot more insight. There are some jokes that are landing, except for the one-up girl that sucked. And just the overall script is not too bad. I'm quite pleased. And watch it fall off a cliff.
The music still makes me hum along. Some of my favorites tended to be Good Egg, Ghostly, and Gusty Garden galaxies. But overall, my favorite galaxies tended to be Beach Bowl, Ghostly, and Goldleaf. I would say Toy Time, one of the later levels, but I'll explain that later. Gameplay-wise, well, when I first played it, I absolutely hated it due to the awkward level design and motion controls. But now, I don't have a lot of problems with it. Yeah, the level design can be a pain at points, but that's a downside for having planet-like levels. And even then, the levels won't have large areas behave like this. There are disc-like planetoids, and they suck only because your movement feels awkward, especially when the camera jerks a bit to adjust your view. Luckily, a majority of galaxies have flatter planets, which is a lot more pleasing to the eyes. In terms of control, Mario feels slower than he did in Sunshine, but the movement is a lot smoother to make up for it. Much better if you ask me. And the return of the long jump helps as well. Oh, I miss you so much. So we don't have Flood, but we're giving an upgrade in comparison. Illuma, one of the little star childs that are in the care of Rosalina. But in this case,
Oh.
the Luma, like I said, crabs over flood in terms of mobility.
Small complaint. It's one of the star children, not one of the star childs. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, you can't really hover, but it lets you do a spin jump, which gives you a lot more height and verticality, which makes platforming really fun, especially more than Sunshine. Yeah, I know I'm being Sunshine up, but I have to reiterate that I did not have a fun time with Sunshine and its level design, and a lot of its control options didn't really sit well with me either. Galaxy, on the other hand, makes moving and attacking a lot more forgiving, and puzzle solving is a lot more fun when little water droplets don't spaz the environment out. That doesn't mean there aren't bad levels here. Oh no, Galaxy has its fair share. Trash Demolition with the steer mode can suck it though. If you
Fuck
don't
this
destroy
guy.
everything in the map
Fuck
at
this
the
guy
which is
so much.
uncomfortably strict with the horrible delay of the bombs, you will have to do it over and over and over again. Screw this challenge.
I didn't say it was 100% underivative.
But honestly, the stuff I had a bad time with in my first playthrough were really not that bad nowadays. Most notably the ones with the most controls. Surfing isn't very fun, but it's not the worst thing to control. And the ball is surprisingly fun if you just stay calm and relax. But the big thing about this game is the return of the traditional power-ups. The Fire Flower and the Ice Flower, which was introduced in Mario & Luigi Parson in time, returned for this game. But in this case, they're on a...
I would have added the Fire Flower and the Ice Flower, which was introduced in Mario and Luigi Parson Time of all games. You know, something like that. I would have added that.
Which I kind of find dumb. Whatever happened to losing a power-up when you get hit? I doubt it'd break the game all that much, or as much as the 2D adventures anyway. And that goes for the Ice Flower more so. You just skate and wall kick on water instead of attacking, so it doesn't really make any sense. What's even more baffling are the other power-ups that don't run out when a timer hits 0. First off, we have the Bee Suit, which allows you to fly for a bit, as well as climb on sticky surfaces like honey or bee fuzz. But you do lose it if you hit water, and there's a lot when you have to deal with the damn thing. It gets obnoxious at times. The Boost Suit allows you to become an actual boo, which lets you float and go through specific walls. But you lose that if you hit any sort of light, which makes sense and all, but holy shit, calm it down with the stage lights. And then we have the spring. I'm not even gonna call it a suit. It's not a suit, it's just a giant spring that surrounds Mario. But this is ultimately why I hate Toy Time Galaxy. The place allows you to move with this thing, and it's so clunky, and jumping with it feels off. I'm jumping, damn it! Let me freaking jump! There is one more power-up to talk about, but there isn't really any reason to give it a lot of time. The Red Star is pretty much what the wing cap should have been. Unfortunately, you can only use it in one mission, and use it in the Comet Observatory afterwards. That kinda sucks. Yeah, I can see why this would break the game a bit, but it would be so fun to go back to previous galaxies and break them in half. Oh well, I guess it's not a big deal, I suppose. In terms of the missions themselves...
It kind of makes you wonder what the point of having it there in the first place. Like, if you're not gonna have it as like a, or at the very least like a 100% reward or something like that. I know Luigi's the 100% reward, but you know, something like that. I would think that would be absolutely great, but no, it's very underwhelming and honestly kind of pointless.
I talked about the most controlled missions, but more so, the stars are either bosses or get to the gold type stages, which is just how I like it. There are times when you need to find certain items, like a gold shell or chain chomp, or the 5 silver stars that return from Super Mario 64 DS. But the best part is, none of these challenges are red coin or 100 coin stars. Hallelujah! You do have coins, but they are very useless outside of health, which is pretty small all things considered. And the only other collectible are Star Bits, which only gives you an extra life for every 50, and can be used as food for hungry Lumas, as well as ammunition.
Oh, I like that.
But outside of those challenges, we also have the Prankster Comet missions. When you finish certain star levels, a comet...
Can you tell which voice line was added in the last minute? Or redone much later on, something like that. Ugh.
that may appear. You may have to reach the end of a certain mission under a time limit, beat a boss with 1 piece of health, race this cosmic version of yourself, go through a field of cocaine-filled obstacles, or collecting 100 purple coins. And that last one doesn't really give you as much frustration as the 100 coins from the previous games, because there are a specific number given to the player, meaning no beating enemies or searching every cranny for a coin when you're left with only a few left. Like me at the challenges, they never really gave me much of a headache when it came to the likes of Lily Pad or it still hurts. Some challenges won't actually be available to you unless you fight the final boss, like the purple coins, which I guess is a good segue to the bosses themselves. With the exception of a couple of fights, more specifically the Bowser Jr. fights ironically, each of the bosses are energetic and they have varied movesets that make the fights fun, especially with the Bowser fights. Shockwaves, a homing stomp, fireballs. Bowser is more badass in this game than 64 and Sunshine combined in my opinion. And the game ends with a nice ending where everything gets sucked into a black hole and resets the entire universe. Sweet mother of hell, Rosalina. But wait, there's something I'm forgetting, aren't I? Ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a playable Luigi as a completion reward. He runs faster, jumps higher, does this weird kicking movement, whatever the hell this is, but slips on the ground when you try to stop. Yep, that's the Luigi I know and love. Kind of a shame this video has been taking so much of my time, otherwise I'd definitely get all the stars with Luigi. Man, what can I say, guys? I love Super Mario Galaxy. By far my favorite 3D Mario game in terms of sound, level design, bosses, visual presentation. It's all there. Control can be a bit stiff at points, but it didn't remove any of my overall enjoyments. Kind of strange how one of my least favorite games in the series quickly became one of my favorites. Certainly doesn't beat the likes of Super Mario World in my opinion. But Super Mario Galaxy is a keeper and certainly a game you need to try out.
Very
And
interesting.
now, if you excuse me, it's time to go to a game that I've been waiting for so long. Ah, shit.
I never did a video on forces. Funnily enough, the one actually, you know what? How long is the? Oh, we got time. We got time. So, I did not do Forces. I did not do Odyssey. I did the next best thing. Oh,
Crunch,
jeez.
Gex, Sparkster, Captain Falcon, Klonoa, freaking Spyro. Out of all the characters that deserve an update, why Bubsy?
Yep. I did a video on Bubsy the Woolly Strike Back. Let me go back to that one. Yeah, let me go back to the. Sorry, don't want to spoil. But like, out of all the games that I would have played during this year, I could have done Cuphead. I could have done. No, I didn't have Nier Automata. I could have done Fire Emblem Heroes. I could have. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 wasn't out yet. For some reason, I didn't do Odyssey. I didn't get Breath of the Wild until several years later. I did have time after this, so that's one. Blaster Master Z. I could have done a Blaster Master video. That would have been great. I would do Metroid Samus Returns later. I would do Splatoon 2 later, actually. That's interesting. Like, there are so many other games that I could have talked about. Why fucking Bubsy? I guess for a bit, but I don't know. Let's have it.
It's been a while, old thing. One of the games I definitely remembered as a kid was Bubsy 2 for the Super Nintendo. I remember enjoying it, but then again, I remember liking stuff like Pac-Man 2 and Lion King and... Oh, man. But I'll talk about my feelings on the games another time. But I will say that the series itself has always been a guilty pleasure of mine. The world was just about to go out of balance, and I was right on the nose. For the trailer of the new Bubsy game came out 2 years later.
Where was I going with that? That's a very weird thing to say.
I only saw the image at first because of a Skype group. I seriously thought it was a prank.
Dude, remember Skype? I don't want to.
Think. Whoever made this piece of art had some talent. They'd probably do some great work in the industry. Shit. Bubsy was back, whether we wanted it or not. But from the trailer, I found it had a bit of promise. I can't really lie about that. It looked okay. The trailer music was pretty good, and the best thing was he didn't seem as uncomfortable as his early days. With that said, I did get the perfect edition, which included the soundtrack and a postcard to troll a friend for the holidays. Ah, what a wonderful time it is. But let's get things started. So it starts with the Woolly stealing Bubsy's prized golden ball of yarn, and that's all you really get in terms of story. It's just as basic as the originals, and really, who was really expecting deep storytelling from Bubsy? Keeping up with the positives, I will defend the graphics and sound to a degree. For what they're trying to accomplish, they work, though I'm not sure why they didn't animate some death animations for the Woolies. You can see them. Eyes open, still bodies on the ground, just lying there. Lifeless. And for some reason, Bubsy's face looks so creepy. It just looks like he killed an entire family like a deranged psychopath. Oh, actually, that makes a whole lot of sense when I think about it. The music is probably the best thing about the game, and like I said, you can get the CD if you buy the Perfect Edition on the PS4, and at this point it's cheap.
I listened to that soundtrack a lot during the rides over to work. It's not a great soundtrack. I guess it's like fine for a ride, for like a short car ride, but other than that, ugh.
For getting the game alone. It was $10 more, but Amazon pre-orders definitely helped me in terms of the wallets. So the soundtrack is definitely worth the 10 extra bucks. So that leaves 20 for the game itself, 30 if you just get the game anywhere other than Amazon or Walmart. So is the game itself worth the price? Yes and no.
No, shut up.
First off, it's so easy to say that this is the best game in the series. Not that it's hard to do, mind you, but Bubsy is actually fun to control here. His speed is just right, especially compared to his other 2D games. He gains a double jump when he uses his glide this time, which is great for tight platforming. And the glide is a lot lighter, so breaking levels might be a little too easy. But the newest technique at his disposal is the new pounce move. It's just a new way of attacking, though it's not as accurate as I thought. I expected it to work like the homing attack, but it's just a lunge and it works just as well. Just jump on enemies if you really want to kill them, or just go past them. It's not like you're going to kill a certain amount of them just to proceed. Pouncing also breaks cracked walls so you can get secrets, usually a shirt to use as a shield, or a 1-up shirt if you already have one equipped. All of these would make the game a good time themselves, but there are 3 big problems that make it about as lukewarm as the rest of the Bubsy games. The biggest problem, Bubsy is now rocking his one-hit mechanic like he did in the first game, and while shirts are aplenty, you are going to die at least once in every single level. I even died in the 2...
Wow, that's a lot. The footage was very jittery. I wonder if that was just how the footage came out, or actually that might just be it.
Tutorial just because of the tight space and abundance of enemies, which is a problem that complements the single hit. The next problem are the collectibles. Outside of shirts, there are 2 types of collectibles: keys and yarn balls. Yarn balls are only there just as a score booster, and the 5 keys in each level only unlock a vault that allows you to collect more yarn balls. Collecting just isn't fun or even worth the time. There are achievements in each level, like get to the end of the level without dying or collecting every shirt, if you really want to do that. Nothing happens if you do it all, as far as I know, so... Settle. Okay, now you're not even trying. I guess that means he's consistent. But the most baffling problem is that the game is super short. Barely over an hour long. Some may wonder why that's even a problem. The less Bubsy the better, right? The thing is, out of the 14 levels in the game, none of it were standing out. Bubsy also has a small amount of quips as well, so you'll hear all of them in the second level tops.
How am I gliding? I have no idea. Not flying. Wait. Oh, yes, I am. One Willie's out, and a lot more to go. Woolies. Ah! You're 24 years too late to catch me. Every part of it is a yarn-ball stealing scum.
And the cherry on top is, it's $30. With all I just said, is this kind of game worth that much? I thought the game was a neat surprise myself, but despite that, $30 is still a little too high for this kind of game.
Then why did you say yes and no? Like, obviously it's overpriced.
Even with the physical soundtrack with the PlayStation 4 version, it's just not worth the price. This game isn't worth more than $15, maybe even 10. If you really want to try it out, wait for a huge drop in the price, and make sure you get the perfect edition for PlayStation 4 so you can get the soundtrack and probably get more out of your buck.
Yeah, because that's a fucking consolation prize, a fucking CD of 7 out of 10 music bits. I don't know.
But this doesn't look like it's going to be the end for the Bobcats. If the credits are any indication, Bubsy's getting another game whether this sells or not. If he's going to be staying, then I hope they improve upon what worked in this game, tweak what needs tweaking, and lower the price. Good lord, $30. Doesn't matter what it is, Bubsy will never be $30. That is just laughable.
Yeah, that is laughable, but not in the way that I thought at the time. Like, we only got 2 more games after this. We got Pause on Fire, which was this was like the bit trip runner or clone, made by the same people actually, I think. And then you got Bubsy 40 that came out this year actually, and I hear it's good. Might be worth the $30 that they're asking for, but I'm not really in the mood to play Bubsy at the moment. But that'll be it for tonight. I got enough time tomorrow that we can, like, go through as much as we can. Like, honestly, we could, for the next couple of nights, we can just, like, have a little marathon. This has been fun. It's a lot more fun than just watching the Let's Plays, because the Let's Plays are just kind of draining. But yeah, we'll meet up. We'll meet up tomorrow. We'll see what we got, because we'll start tomorrow with Hat in Time. I don't remember my overall opinions on this one, actually, but that's something to think about later. Anyway, hope you all have a great night. I gotta get ready for work. Worky, worky, work.